Like,
got like.
it's going up.
Okay.
So
When I was out of town to fetch on.
is Sean Seac by chance on there?
Can you rotate that for me?
You're directing to YouTube.
You bet. Doing this back on. Oh, yeah.
And there's a delay. Watching myself from a few seconds ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sean's here. Sit anywhere.
Sit anywhere?
Sit anywhere. So.
Kids are all grown. They're getting there, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Are we picking?
That's picking up. That's nice. I hear myself talking 6 seconds later. I see.
Like everything. I just didn't want to see the lady from work and I just started out. Now it's like.
Is that what
Yes. I'm really.
Yeah. Sit down. Thank you. We just need to. Okay. Or turn down the volume.
That's the problem we're having. Everybody's muted.
Okay, so, yeah.
Muted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Will we be able to hear anybody? Well, because
It should come through the speaker.
should we have here? You want to do just quick?
You talk.
Hello.
It won't echo when they're talking.
Probably because we're in here.
Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Bishop's Dinner here in Topeka. I hope you all had a good, safe travel up here. My name is Marvin Miller. I am the chair of Seac today, and I would like to call our meeting to order at 9:03. Joyce, will you do a roll call?
Apologize, I left my touch phone on. Hanging on to my keyboard.
No, that one's on.
Thank you for bearing with us. We have a few technical difficulties this morning.
Okay, all right. Jose Cornejo, is that correct? Brandon Gay. Whitney George.
Here.
Lindsay Graff. Here. Jennifer King. Here. Lena Kisner,
Here.
Jennifer Kaczynski.
Here
Jennifer,
on Zoom. Yes, Jennifer Kaczynski is here on Zoom.
Jennifer Kerr,
Here on Zoom.
Jessica Lopez, Marvin Miller,
Here.
Brooke Moore, Troy Pitch, Charity Porter, Chris Reffitt, Sabrina Rochelle, Rebecca Schultz, Roxanne Zillinger,
Here.
and Sean Smith.
Here.
Bert Moore,
Here.
and Dean Dyke. Is that correct?
here.
That's there.
You did good.
Okay, that's it. Is that you? Oh, sorry.
We have another page.
Page 2. Luann Barron. Mike Burgess. Ashley Enns.
Here.
Leslie Gerard.
This is Leah Holly, sitting in for Leslie Gerard.
John Harding. Jim McNeese. Adelia Schumann. Here. Stacy Clark. Brian Dempsey.
Here.
Krista Grimwood. Carrie Hay. Deborah Newby. Alicia Nichols. Here. Carrie Rogers. Trish Backman.
Present.
And Joyce Royal. I'm here.
And we have Steve.
And Steve Backman.
Did I miss anybody online?
Is there anybody online that your name was not called?
I think my name was called, but we're having trouble hearing you after somebody on Zoom speaks. Like the mic isn't picking you up.
Is this any better?
No, you're away from the mic.
How's the volume so low on that? Barely any volume on that.
On this.
Michelle Hyman, I don't believe I called your name.
Present.
Is that any better now?
It's a bit better, but yeah.
We'll up the volume a little.
If that was Bert, we could barely hear him.
Okay, we're trying again. Is it any better now?
Your voice is very difficult to hear, Bert.
We had to pass the mic around last time.
I remember, so I think we'll have to pass that. Is there anybody else online that we missed? Marvin,
Okay.
you talking and see if they can hear you.
Was there anyone else online that we missed? Thank you. Joyce, do we have a quorum of voting members? Yes, we do. Okay, thank you. Bert, I'm going to turn this back over to Bert to introduce our newest member, Sean Smith.
Thank you, Marvin. So Sean and I worked together years ago on an AT project. Sean works at KU as a professor, and we're very happy that he's here. He has several children. He has a freshman, that's his youngest, and when I knew him, he had some stair steps. So it's been a few years. I've seen our talks. I'm gonna let him introduce himself too.
Well, sure. Good morning. Sean Smith, as Bert mentioned, faculty member at the University of Kansas, but here is a family member of a son with Down syndrome, Nolan, who has definitely educated me on what it means to have an individual with disability in your family. So looking forward to being here, and thanks for having me. So,
Welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Sean, and welcome. I am also a parent of a child with Down syndrome who is almost 22 now. So, let's go on to our approvals. First of all, we have our agenda for the day, April 11th, if you could take a look at that. And if there's any adjustments that you believe we need to make, please let me know. As I'll entertain a motion to approve that.
This is Lena, and I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Lena made a motion to approve the agenda,
Everything else I think.
and Jennifer, seconded. All in favor, say, do we have a poll?
Yeah, give me, you got
Yes,
that?
just a minute. Can you admit Lisa? She's sitting up there waiting to be, there we
Yep.
go. Thank you.
Do you got the poll, Joyce? This was for the minutes or the agenda?
The poll is open. Everyone here that is not online, say aye. Do I need to raise our hands? Well, I believe it's unanimous, so consider motion approved. And then, we have our minutes from January 24th. If you haven't had a chance to look over the minutes, please go ahead and do that now. Give everybody about 2 minutes to look at that. If there's any corrections, please let me know.
Or this is Lindsay Graff, and I would make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Lindsay Graff is making a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Do I have a second?
This is Lena, second.
Lena will second that. We'll go ahead and open up a poll. And I'll have anyone here that is a voting member raise your hand so we get a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the room. Four online. Thank you. And the poll.
Question, Marvin. I thought I saw something where Sean's took effect is in July, and he's a voting member as of today, is that correct?
Fourth of July.
Yes, he's filling a position
Okay,
that's
I just wanted to
open,
make sure he did.
but he starts his official position
That's fine, I'm correct.
July 1st. But he's filling a vacant seat right now.
Okay.
So he can vote.
Okay, at 9:35, we'll take a break for public comments in case anyone joins us online. I don't believe there's anyone in the room ready for public comments, but at the same time, we will move to the SPP APR. Brian, if you're ready?
Morning, everybody. And I will let you know ahead of time, when Bert and I prepared the agenda, we were talking about time, we thought we would have had OSEP's comments earlier this month.
Yeah.
So we set aside an hour thinking we could go through those and have a discussion of where we were. We had not received them until about 6 this morning. So this will be a little shorter.
Together?
Well, I went through them really quickly, so we will highlight.
Okay.
So I we talked in January, went through, all of the indicators, we submitted everything. And then the process is OSEP reviews, they give us their feedback. And then we have 2 weeks to respond to that. So that's what we started today, and we'll have that, by the end of the month. So the next meeting will go into more details. So for today, what I really did was just to remind everybody, and for new people, we can walk through a little bit slower about what the indicators are. And then I will highlight, the comments we received, and then if anybody has any questions, we can talk about that. Indicator 1 is graduation, and that's a results indicator. And we did not receive any comments on that. We reported the outcomes. I think we met our target. And there wasn't any comment from our stuff on indicator 1. The same for indicator 2 with dropout. That's a results-based indicator. We reported the outcome. There was no slippage. We were fine on that. Indicator 3 is our assessment data. And remember, we break that down into 4 main categories of subgroups in each, so A, B, C, and D. And we had comments from OSEP on 3, A, B, and C. We publicly report our assessment data through our online, through our website. You can drill down to the district level. And OSEP comments basically, we think, are some clarification on the public reporting. So I think at this point, we'll figure it out and work through it and then direct OSEP where they can find the data. We do drill down to the district level on the public website. So that may be an issue then finding it. Indicator 4, we have spent a lot of time together on this. This is the suspension, expulsion, significant discrepancy, not disproportionality, but discrepancy. These are districts who are discrepant or they have a higher variance of a suspension rate of longer than 10 days and even longer for students overall or disaggregated by race and ethnicity. So remember, we walked through, we set our baseline and our targets, we submitted that data, we modified our methodology in line with OSEP. Submitted all of that, no comments. So I think we're good on 4A, 4B. Oh, no, the comment was we have to clarify our cell size. So remember, we had 0 and n size of 30. So their question back is just to clarify the cell size. 5 is our LRE placement. We have A, B, and C. So A is mostly inclusive, B is pull out a little bit, C is the most restrictive, and so those percentages go down. We had slippage in C. We provided the slippage statement, and OSEP's comment was to provide a slippage statement. So I didn't dig any deeper into that, other than we did get a comment on indicator 5 for a slippage statement. And it wasn't about clarifying it, so we'll come back and work through that with you. Preschool outcomes are 6 and 7. So 6 is kind of the LRE for preschool. It is LRE for preschool children. And then 7 are their outcomes. And there were no comments from OSEP on 6 or 7. 8 is parent involvement. And there was a comment from OSEP to clarify something we placed in there. Sometimes we carry over language, I think, and just a real fast meeting I did this morning, I think we might have carried over some language that doesn't need to be in there now. Indicator 9 is disproportionate representation, and so it's 10 by specific disability categories. 9 and 10, OSEP did not have comments on. 11 is our child find. I should go back, I started out this way. 1 and 2 are results-based, 3 is results-based, 4A is a results-based indicator, 4B is a compliance indicator. Compliance indicator, remember, either 100% or 0. And if you don't have that, then the requirement is to work with the district, what students or what caused that non-compliance, to work with them to come into compliance, and they have a year to do that. 5 is a results-based. 6 is results-based, 7 is results-based, and so is 8. 9 and 10 are compliance, 11 is compliance, 12 is compliance. And we did not have any comments. That's the third and last early childhood indicator. So part C. 13 is secondary transition, and that's a compliance indicator. We did not receive any comments on 13. 14 is post-school outcomes. Remember, there are 3 categories under 14. That's a results-based indicator. And we did receive a comment from OSEP on that. We'll have to dig into that. They were asking us about methodology, and if that changed, we should look at our baseline and our targets. 15 and 16 are dispute resolution indicators, and those are results-based. 15, remember, we did not meet the threshold of 10 resolution sessions, so we don't have to report out. So they have a boilerplate comment that just acknowledges we didn't hit the 10, that was their comment. And then 16 was mediation, we did exceed the 10 on mediation, and then we were above our target. We missed our target, and remember that comment was just basically, it's still so low, it's hard to measure. And they didn't have any comment on that. And then 17 is our systemic improvement plan, and there was no comment. So that was my 6 a.m. skinning of OSEPs. We did, so I did scroll down to the bottom. They have it filled out, so we have 2 matrices. So when they determine so remember, we've met requirements on the Kansas State Performance Plan Annual Performance Review, that's the APR. We've met requirements for 13 years in a row.
Since 2009.
Okay. And there are 2 matrices they look at. They have a results-based matrix, which isn't filled in yet. So part of that is our feedback to them on this. And then they look at NAEP scores as well, and that feeds into what your score is. And then they have a data matrix, which is our timely accurate data. So as we measure districts on their timely accurate, we're measured by OSEP on that. And then our response to the indicators. And we receive all possible points, so we are at 100% of that. That's usually what we score. Usually it's the results based, and NAEP scores bring us down a little bit. So we'll see what that comes out at. But I can't remember, I think this is a carryover year on NAEP. And so we might, so if we use last year's scores.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. So we will work as a team over the next 2 weeks. We meet next week. We'll roll through these comments and have responses prepared, and we'll respond to OSEP by the end of the month. I know some of these are already working on the comments, so we're not worried about that part. Are there any questions? This one is pretty short, Marty. Yeah, this will go a little bit longer.
I do have a question, and this may be more for Bert. I believe this came up maybe in the January special ed task force, some comments about how this data is displayed publicly facing. It was confusing to a number of people. Do you know if that has been worked on since then? And that might not even be our department.
I don't believe it is because we do have our reports put out on the web because we're required, once we get this finalized, we have 120 days to get them put up and available for the public. Now, the expanded reports, I don't believe are made public. It's the APR report that we received, but I don't know which one they're talking about for the legislature. Linda?
Yes. Give it a go.
From what I remember at the task force meeting, it wasn't that they couldn't find it, but they didn't understand that it meant we were compliant. And so I'm not sure if it was just simplifying the language a little bit.
Good point. I know that it says met when we have our report from the feds for both our results and our compliance. But if we need to put something online that says that we met requirements, we get a banner, just like districts do. So we probably need to send that over to them. They're confused on a lot of things, but we'll see what we can do to help them out.
Thank you.
They're not educators.
Are there any other questions about SPP APR? Then I think, Brian, you were gonna be back up for,
We're gonna direct connect from the one computer to, or the TV to my computer. And then they'll lose sound for a minute, so we're gonna unplug and replug in the owl.
So a short break.
Yeah.
yeah.
Intermission.
5 minutes.
Or the TV to my computer, and then they'll lose sound for a minute, we're gonna unplug and replug in the owl.
Short break.
Website, in that little search window, you can actually type in SPP APR or go to the on the alphabet tab.
They were saying that we didn't have sound.
Well.
So I tried turning up the owl, but that didn't seem to help, so I don't know.
2018, whichever one was different most times.
You don't want to. It's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't always pop up the most.
At any rate.
Yeah.
So where's the drop with this?
So it's the first.
This computer feels like it's roasting.
No.
Yeah, we have computers in the
It got really hot last time too.
So that's working now.
That.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it keeps following on. These are really active.
Is there an HDMI?
Yeah.
USB on. You gotta restart the owl. Turn off the owl.
You know, I can actually take that out as this for my keyboard at work.
Your small speaker's been changed to the echo. It hasn't come back on yet. It's still plugged in. Maybe there's not enough. No, nothing. It's showing up. Echo canceling, yeah, meeting. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So do, click. This microphone.
This is.
The speaker's loud.
Test.
That's really low input level.
Yeah, and it's.
Hello. Oh, how about that?
It's like a lot. So it's. So that should be good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Still concerned that your computer's cooking for not running any programs really.
Yeah, I talked to my IT people about it last time and. Your survey? Yeah.
Is our tech system working?
Yes, I believe so. All right, Joyce, I guess I do host, so you should be able to do all the things.
So it's back.
Oh, no, I didn't. Yes. Okay, so we got the live stream. Okay, cool. Okay, so then you should be good now to do everything. I don't have to do anything up here. So. But we're only gonna have one screen now, so. That's not the right screen. Oh, you're messing up. Now that we've looked at that, add it again.
I'll go ahead and get started on the EMS. And then in a couple minutes, I think, we'll take a break for a couple. So differentiated monitoring and support. A lot of this in the beginning, I carried over just as a refresher for everybody about where we're at, and what's going on, and I'll update you as to the process. Some information, again, we received yesterday, so we're all busy. It's just been one of those weeks. This is initially, we talked about DMS and the differentiated monitoring and support. It's OSEP's general supervision responsibility for the states. It's part B and part C. Remember, we're part B, part C is early childhood. That's KDHE, and they are going through this process at the same time. Are we having? I'll go stand up right now. Oh, yeah. So as we are going through this, the timeline for part C is the same. So as I'm talking about what we're going through, just imagine early childhood is going through it as well. And I reached out to their lead. And so we have been working together. The visit from OSEP will occur at the same time. They won't be joint visits, but we are collaborating. There's some crossover in our stakeholder groups, and so we're meeting those jointly as well and touching base. So this is, I'm not gonna go through all of this. This is the framework. What I wanted to really pull out are the components or the protocols that OSEP is looking at. They've added to this over time as well. So remember, we're in cohort 2. But they need to hear you in here. I'll start mumbling if I don't have a mic. Okay. So I have this up here for a reminder of the framework and evidence. So all the protocols are broken in individually. And then our small team with its leads have been going through those protocols, mining our website, mining our internal sites. Some documents aren't required to be posted, like process documents that we have that might help inform OSEP of our practices. We have internal just like you would. We pull those out and they're not required to be posted publicly. But the components, I'm gonna go through.
Yeah, working on that because they can see the other screen. Not working anywhere either.
On is
Well, then I was thinking. Because.
Okay. There we go. So these are a little more detailed. So fiscal management, we have a team over fiscal management. And remember, this is just OSEP's way to get states in thinking of if you have this, then it's a logic model that you go left to right. So this is kind of a smaller version of everything we're looking at. And then integrated monitoring is our general supervision responsibility. So integrated monitoring of the districts through SPP APR, through critical allegations. Dispute resolution has three different, they break that up into mediation, state complaints, or for us, it's formal complaints, and due process. So we have three different protocols for that we've gone through. And then the data or SPP APR is lumped in here as well. And then policies and procedures. Okay, their whole process is phase monitoring. Remember, we've been preparing for, we started last year, we started a little slowly, and then we started amping up internally, and then we tightened up our small group, and we started going through the protocols. And our plan initially, and what we did was just have leads, pull in people as you need, and you just keep going through that protocol, and that helps inform you, the system, and leadership for when OSEP comes and visits. So phase one is the document request, and they say protocol interviews, but the document request is a formal discovery request, which happened yesterday. And so we received, it's about 5 months before your on-site visit. So our on-site visit is in September. So April, yesterday, we received our formal request. And it's the document request documents into those protocols. They've listed out documents that you should have. So they've taken that long protocol, shrunk that, and it's still several pages per protocol. And then they have formally asked for documents, and we will gather those. So what they've been doing, OSEP has been doing during this time is mining our website, looking for documents. So the request isn't everything that you would see, it's what they want further clarification on, or they didn't find, or it is an internal document, so they wouldn't have access to it, so they're asking for it. So those came out yesterday, and just high level, it doesn't look too intensive. So I've told you they've added as they've gone through this, so one of the protocols that they've added is child find, or they call it child evaluation. And they did develop a protocol for that and sent that out, so we are aware of that. And have been working on gathering the documents for that. There are two other areas they added recently and have not developed protocols yet. So we'll just gather the documents and submit those. And that is discipline and significant disproportionality. So they do have some document requests for that.
And Brian?
Breaking news.
Yeah, I'll get close to the out. We just received updates from our federal monitor that we do not provide information on child find or on discipline. So they must have liked what we had, or they're gonna ask questions later. Just how you might want to know that.
That's great. They're just getting better. Sorry.
Did you just receive that?
Yeah. We have just 5 minutes.
Wow.
Well, thank you for that great breaking news. This is Marvin Miller Chair again. We do need to break real quick for any public comments. There is no one in the room that has public comments, so is there anyone online that has any public comment they'd like to make at this time?
I did one.
Burke?
I think we have to be next to the owl. Did I hear that?
Yeah.
Should we just carry it around with this?
Oh, well, no, they don't want that because it's $1,500, but Travis said not to use the mic and that maybe that's what's causing the blowback.
Okay, we'll not use the mic. Stand next to Owl. I want to thank Marvin for his leadership this year, and I want to put that on record as a public comment. He's done a great job of organizing our Seac and supporting our work and being there when we needed him and having the right questions at the right time. So Marvin, this is a note of appreciation to you for your leadership for Seac this year.
Thank you.
That thing, but you want to hold it, we'll just turn it off and then you can just hold it.
We're trying to see if it's better with that off, but no one can hear it yet.
Meg said, yes, that was clear from Bert.
Okay, so yeah, don't turn that off and just stand next to the owl.
Just look into your clicker brush.
I took my keys out of my pocket and everything. Okay. So, and Dean, it just, this is how it works with the state. He and I were just talking. I don't think it means they're not going to ask about these topics during their on-site visit. I think it just means they're okay with where we're at right now in those two areas, but these are areas they're looking at. So like child fine came up because another state received a complaint at their level about child fine. And then I think there was another complaint in a sister state as well. And that just drove them to develop that protocol. So they have been pretty clear about if it's not, at least when child fine came out, if it's not really an issue we're hearing about your state, we really won't focus on it. So I don't think the document request for child evaluation or child fine is too onerous. So that's where we're at. We have 30 days. I think it's May 10th is the deadline for us to upload that. The process, they have a SharePoint site that Bert and I are the only two that will have access to. So the team will gather all the documents out of the documents they already have, and we'll create a couple folders so we know what we're giving them. So we'll put it in order of what they're asking according to the protocols. So everybody, we know what we've given them, they have it. So if there's some confusion, we can refer back and forth. The 4 months, so this is interesting. I left this in here. So the phase 2 visit, the 4 months prior, having interviews with staff, not on site, but just interviewing staff about protocols isn't something they talked about. This was in round 1, we're round 2. They went away from this a little bit and did kind of a hybrid at one point with some of the states where they did do a little bit of this. And I think they're doing it with us now. We did start having more directed calls with them. So we do meet with our federal liaison once a month. And the last month, those conversations have been a little more directed towards this. They will send questions to learn about our system. And so Monday, for example, was our most recent, and they were just clarifying questions about what Kansas's system is. And so I think that will happen. They've increased the calls from once a month to twice a month. I don't know if that will be ongoing until their on-site visit. We might clarify that on our second call this week. But I think this will help drive the on-site visit as well. So we're still in phase 1. Or phase 1. Phase 2 is the on-site visit where they will actually be here. That's scheduled for the first week of September, which is Labor Day week. When this was originally scheduled, at that time, federal liaison wondered if they would move it because federal employees are prohibited from traveling on a holiday. So they would have to travel on Tuesday, which would really shorten that week up as to their ability to ask questions or to interview us and review documentation. There's been no word about changing that yet. I think some of this pre-questioning of us during these monthly or bi-monthly phone calls can help them narrow down what our system is and maybe focus that on-site visit to what they really want to know. So that'll be going on. Phase 3 is the closeout and follow-up. They are supposed to get their closeout letter to us, which would contain findings within 90 days of the visit. So by the end of the year for us. They did not start out of the gate very well. I think one of the first states was Alaska, and I think they waited 12 or 13 months to get their closeout letter. They are getting better at that. I don't think they're down to 3 months, but I do think it's much better than that. I think it's maybe 5 to 6 months. So they'll do an on-site visit with us in October, and then the same team will be an on-site visit or September. October is our teams are Kansas, Nebraska, Utah, and I can't remember who's first with the other two, but they're October and November. So that same team will have 3 monthly site visits in a row. They're gearing up for that. I think that might extend our closeout letter a little bit while they regroup from all those on-site visits and debrief. So by the end of the year, on a timeline, probably early next year sometime, maybe February, we will have our closeout letter. Oh, and I did leave it in here. So you can see we're cohort 2, we're team C, and we're Kansas. They're, as I said, they're doing B, parts B and C. Nebraska's in October and Utah's in November. Okay, where are we at? I think I've kept you updated to where we are as far as what's going on. What I really wanted you to know is internally, we feel we're in pretty good shape and getting everything together. The other thing we're working on is creating kind of a high level visual of what does our system look like. So when they're on site, Bert can kick off a meeting with this is Kansas's system and here's and really explain that. So as you know, we use kiosks. We integrate our accountability system for federal purposes with ESEA or the title side, elementary and secondary education with the IDEA. And some of the clarifying questions have already been, so LCP is our local consolidated plan we use for title purposes. And they were thrown off a little bit about that. So we've had to delineate and differentiate where does IDA fit in, if at all with that, it doesn't. So I think we'll create that for Bert to kick that off when they're here on site. So that's what we're doing. Now that we have the document request, we'll formalize that. So what we have done up until now is talk internally. And then we have done some real soft mock interviews with the protocols. With the first one we did a couple weeks ago, we did dispute resolution. Krista volunteered to be the first one. So Lean and I and Dean asked some questions to kind of run her through what it might look like or feel like. And she did a great job. So everybody was there and we learned from that. So we're going to keep going through. We got through formal complaints. We didn't get through mediation or dispute resolution, but there's a lot of overlap. So we'll move on to data with Mason the end of this month and just keep going through that. The other thing is we have a lot of great technical support from Elena Lincoln and also from Jennifer Wolfsheimer through NCSI, and she's got a lot of background with OSEP as well. So has a lot of that knowledge and coming in and what they're looking for. So we set up a formal mock interviews or site visit for July 9th and 10th for our entire team. So we'll bring in Jennifer, we'll lead that. We'll pull in some of our other TA providers. So Laura Jurgensen, Elena, Jana Rossborough, and try to get a table to have that feel of what it's going to be like when OSEP's here and the numbers and do more of a formal, this is what it's like. And really formally, instead of debriefing maybe after every section, just run through an entire protocol. Make sure those that are supposed to talk are talking, those that are not supposed to talk are not talking, and taking notes. So really try to get a feel for that. The other thing that OSEP is probably going to do this summer is reach out to state stakeholders. That would be you, our advisory panel, which is what it's called in federal regs, but in Kansas, it's codified as this Special Education Advisory Council. And that's your role for us. So they might reach out and have those conversations. Families Together is another one. Disability Rights Center might be another one they reach out to. They'll do on-site visits with districts, but that will probably occur the week they're here. And we don't know which districts. Western Kansas was asking for them yesterday, but I don't think the feds ever go out to Western Kansas. So I pulled this out of your bylaws as kind of a reminder of as the advisory panel for KSDE, what do you do? So as you know, your bylaws are lengthy, but this really focused in on the IDEA and what a panel, remember that's their term, for us it's the advisory council. And there are these 5 things: advise the state education agency, which is KSDE, and state board of unmet needs within the state and education of children with exceptionalities, public comments on any rules or regulations, advise, again, SEA is the term for us, KSDE, state education agency is the Kansas State Department of Education, and state board in developing evaluations and reporting on data to the secretary, SPPAPR, for example, or any other data we bring for your review. Advise KSDE and the state board in developing of corrective action plans to address findings identified in federal monitoring. So when the closeout letter comes, we would come back to you and work with you on getting input on our action plan. And then advise us and the state board in developing policies relating to the coordination of services for children with exceptionalities. So major policies we brought before you, regs. So remember emergency safety interventions that came through here for input and comment and development. SPPAPR, we come through every year, these updates on differentiated monitoring and support. And again, this is just that section on Seac's responsibilities. Bring things to us. This kind of breaks out, I think, the 2 slides ago, the advice and recommendations regarding preparation of eligibility document. That's our application and assurances, providing recommendations and testimony regarding special regulations. I know Marvin's testified on our behalf and talks to the board as well when appropriate. Presenting to KSBE, the Board of Education, any recommendations or testimony. Again, I know Marvin's done that at least once a year with a year report, and as needed, developing recommendations for issues. ESEI, Lena and I will talk this afternoon about virtual programs and working on that, and how we can use you for input and making recommendations. Obtaining information from constituencies regarding issues before us. So as you go out and bring that back as members of the advisory council, and then developing materials and resources, again, ESI or anything we bring to you for review and recommendation. So SPPR, think about the package we went through a couple of years ago and all those changes we made on indicators because of methodology or data collection, all those baselines, so all those data points, and then targets and reviewing those with us and recommending that. Indicator 4 was the most recent. And apparently OSEP things 14 will come back to you. So that's kind of your role in this. So I suspect it'll be this summer. I think the partners and stakeholders contact us prior to the onsite as part of their gathering of information. But we don't have any more specific timeline other than the formal document request we just got, and then we know when they're going to be here. And that's it. So a reminder, as the advisory panel, that's what you serve as, advisory council, the roles and responsibilities. So hopefully it makes sense if you're talking to you. Any questions on that?
And you said that would be the summer.
I think so. Bert, do you have any more information?
Come next to the owl. So what I'm hearing is that the TACE, we work with TACE, the Technical Assistance Center out of Utah, and TACE is gonna be providing some support for advisory panels. They reached out to me and I said, yes, we would be interested. So as soon as I get more information, I'll send it out to the leadership, which right now is Jennifer, Lindsay, and Marvin. And then if they want to be present, or any of you do, if we can get a Zoom link, I'm not sure how we'll work that out. They'll provide an overview of what other states have experienced with their advisory panels. Because they will want to interview the advisory panel. And they can be very directive in their questioning. And they'll want specificity to be explained. So there's really no prep for it other than to be honest and answer about what you know and what the panel does, because they're really trying to figure out, do you know enough to be effective as a panel? And are you really the ones that are linked into supporting what the plan is in Kansas? I mean, that's what it's all about. Do we keep you informed? And do you have input into decisions we make? And that's going to be critical for them to try and figure out how we use the advisory panel. You're our primary stakeholder group, let's just face it. So then you provide us with information, and then we take that information and we implement that in what we do as an agency. So I think that's the thing. Right now, they'll let us know when it needs to occur, but that week of September 3rd, it may be that we have to have a panel meeting that week so that they can have an opportunity to meet with the entire council. I think that's best. That way everybody's at the table, and of course we'll have some new people there. A couple of positions we'll be filling, but most of you will be still in your seats, and it should be a really interesting dynamic. It's a good group of people. They just look at it from a federal perspective where, of course, Lena and Lindsay get to feel the wrath of the state of Kansas when we have to monitor them under our general supervision requirements. It's not something. It's not something we enjoy doing, but it's something we're required to do, just like they're required to monitor because Congress said they did not feel they were effective in the way they were doing risk monitoring. So as long as you're meeting your requirements, they never came and visited, and they never did a deeper dive into your policies, practices, procedures, your local regulations. And so everybody gets this now for however long, we don't know, but we get to be the second court and we'll get through it. We've got Brian, we've got Dean, we've got Carrie, we have Christy, and we have Mason. We have good people with the data work, and we have people in the field that are doing their job. So, and we have lots of technical assistants. I mean, we're one of the few states, I think, that really includes them in all of our meetings with OSA. They didn't like it, and I said they're coming. So I invite Alina Lincoln, Jana Rossborough, Laura Jurgensen, Jennifer Wishheimer, Wayne Ball, and Joanna Bibbins. And so they IDC, NCSI, Wested, AIR, Cypher. I mean, you name it, we've got technical assistance. And Jennifer's going to help us go through a mock interview as well, because she worked for OSEP and did this monitoring for years. So we're very fortunate to have it. But I think Brian did a really good job of explaining the council's responsibilities as far as supporting the state and advising the state. And so, you know, we won't try to feed you any information. We want you to be open and honest and just share the way that you see the process. And if we can improve it, we'll improve it. I never look at monitoring as a negative. I always look at it as a positive opportunity to look at how we can do things better.
And just to tack on, it has been so OSEP has been conducting TA calls twice a month. We joined those. Our TA providers also assist sister states that have already gone through that. So they've had firsthand experience and are able to confirm OSEP, and they've been very transparent. They realize they have changed as they move forward, and they try to give you as much warning as they can. But the questioning, it's not a gotcha. They really are just trying to understand our system, and we all understand every system has gaps, and part of our process and going through the protocols is understanding what are those gaps and can we address those gaps, or do we come up with a plan, because we're not going to be able to address them by September. And so that's what Bert and I talk about. But the questioning, even on these calls, have been clarifying. They're not gotcha. They're really, so if I'm understanding, this is what you're saying, so you have the opportunity to clarify. You have the opportunity to circle back if something comes up in your head that, oh, I forgot to say this, can we go back to this? And I'd like to add something to your question. And I think that's what all the states who've been through this have said. It's really, they're doing their job. As Bert said, we all are looking at each other, but it's been transparent and it's been just more of an understanding and being supportive then also when that closeout comes out, supportive and partnering with TA and what we can do to work together. Any other questions? Yes.
Really directly related, just a quick question. So for those of us who've been around a little bit longer, when Bert mentioned Laura Jurgensen, I was like, oh, good, she's back. But then it sounds like she's in a different capacity. And this, what is Laura's role now? Just so we're clear, if those of us who knew different things.
So Laura works with Westat and provides technical assistance. Elena's with AIR and also does some work for CIFR, which is a fiscal TA provider. Wayne is with AIR. Wayne also has a lot of experience and from the OSEP side. So with him and Jennifer, they have a lot of that knowledge of here's what they're looking for or why they're asking this. Mhm. Anything else? Anything in the chat? Okay.
They can hear you better.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. But does Marvin need the mic? Can I hear if we send the mic over there?
I went and plugged it in because it was red.
Oh, you trying?
Okay.
Let me, can you hear me? Now I will use the mic.
You might be next to the owl.
Well, on our agenda, we're supposed to, go
Jennifer
on.
Straczynski said, yes, she can hear you.
We'll go ahead. Do I need to get my nail over this one?
And Jennifer said she could hear you without it.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it turn on? We still got. We're gonna go ahead and move to what's on our agenda listed at 11:40, just so we can spend some time on this. We are way ahead of schedule. So this is to discuss our upcoming meeting dates. For next year, we've already discussed that there may need to be something else in September, but we won't know about that until we get closer to that. I want to make sure that we understand that the leadership conference this year is not in July like it has been. The dates are
June 26th and 27th.
June 26th and 27th, and that will be in Wichita. So mark that on your calendars. Normally that's, we will probably invite any of the new people coming on office for July 1, just because we're that close to.
Yes, all of our Seac members are welcome to join us for the leadership conference. So if you have to work on registrations, we'll work with Joyce on that. You get reimbursed for rooms and you get a per diem for meals. So it's something that is part of your Seac membership is the ability to attend the leadership conference.
We also get mileage.
Yes, and I forgot mileage.
And in the past, we have always gone ahead and had a Seac meeting on those days. We will probably go ahead and have a luncheon Seac meeting as well, I'm presuming. So on one of those.
We took those out so that we can schedule them separately. That's why you see the July one up there.
Oh, okay. Very
That
good.
would be the first one, because we would stay with the July timeline for our Seac meeting, but we will not have a Seac meeting during leadership.
Okay, thank you for that
There
clarification.
were just too many things going on, and we had mental health over here, and we had Seac over here, and we had MIS training, and we decided, let's just schedule ours separately.
Okay.
I'll be here, yeah, I forgot to talk now, they'll all be not here necessarily, but in Topeka.
So then our meeting starting for next term will be Wednesday, July 24th. We have discussed over the few months, since that will be a July meeting in the middle of the summer, to go ahead and make that a field trip meeting, similar to how the state board did that. Was it yesterday or the day before? They went to the School of the Blind and School of the Deaf. We've had great reports from both Luann and John, and I think it would help us to see and hear firsthand some of the things that they're doing across the state. So if that's something that the membership thinks would be interesting, please, I'm proposing that. So, you know, I think a lot of people have never seen what they do up front in person. So,
I think it would be great. I do wonder with the monitoring coming up, if we would maybe need to be focused on that instead, whatever, I mean, or do we need to wait and see if we need to be doing something with monitoring instead?
That's a good point, and we could schedule one of the meetings then, hopefully not during the winter time, at the state schools, like the 25th of September. We could even do that one, or November, just so that we're not trying to do that in January, because that's when we try to be there for the state board. And we have a presentation for the annual report then. We also do quarterly reports for the state board. And there's one that's coming up that will be due, that we'll do either in May or June. Depends on their schedule and what works for them. And typically the board chair and myself, plus the board chair-elect and the past chair have been invited to that state board meeting. Because I believe, Jennifer, you were invited to the one that we just had in January.
All right, I didn't see that, I guess. I remember, so I think each year, so a couple of years ago, it's only been a few years that we've been doing this quarterly one. So back when I was the chair-elect, I remember him. Sorry, I don't remember.
Well, that's because Jim McNeese, who's a member, was hearing our conversations and said the whole state board needs to hear this. And so Jim's the one that was able to implement the quarterly updates. With the new board members, we got out of the cycle of quarterly because they had so many things they needed to be learning. So we've kind of gotten into 3 times a year. So we'll meet with them in June. And that would be Marvin and Lindsay and whoever the president-elect will be. I believe that's going to be done today too. It should have been on the agenda. I hope it is.
It is.
Okay, good. So Marvin, I think if we wanted to do the July 24th as our BMS final update and have that here in Topeka, and then work with Luann and John when they're in session.
Yeah.
Because in September, they'll be in session. You'll get to see the magic happen. Because that School for the Deaf, when I did that tour, I was totally amazed by what they provide for the students there. School for the Blind, the same thing as far, and you get coffee at the School for the Blind. So we could work with them and we could schedule a half and a half and be at 1.5 day and the other half day and just work with them so they're in session and we do coordinate with them. But what's your thought about the 25th of September for that?
I like that idea. I do think one thing that we discussed earlier is because of the locations, it may take people 2 days between driving back and forth.
And that's fine.
And we were worried that once we're in school session, in September, a lot of us are a little bit busier than we might be in July.
But I think you'll miss out in July because you won't see the students.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought about that though. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good time.
What about November?
And November 20th is actually a Wednesday.
The weather's still nice.
Yeah, I don't know, that's getting, I think September would be,
Well, if we go in September, like that 25th date, that would be post the visit. So if we also had time there that we could maybe debrief from that, us as a panel, but also you guys as state, having someone else to kind of be like, oh, thank goodness that's over, or whatever, over the cup of coffee might also be a nice thing to do at that point.
Well,
I know what we see what they're doing, but if we could also meet and, have a little bit of a discussion.
I think it was 90 minutes at the School for the Deaf when I went, and Joan and Luann gave me a tour of the pre-K and I got to see the classrooms. They showed me the residential center. They showed me the apartments for the older students. I think it's important that you see all that, so you get to see the depth and breadth of what's provided there in that communication-rich environment for deaf students that are signing. But then for John, it'd be the same thing, maybe 90 minutes. That would leave us an hour or an hour and a half of each to have conversation, and then some travel time and lunch in between. Maybe a little bit longer meeting. But if that's all right with everybody, I think you'd really enjoy that opportunity, and Marvin's been asking for it for all year, so I'm in agreement. I don't have a problem with it. It's just get it on the calendar and get it pre-scheduled, and if you need to go up the night before, then we'll work with you. You get to submit that for reimbursement. You get mileage reimbursed, and we do have a healthy SEAC budget to support this type of opportunity.
I think it would be awesome, because I have only been to Spokane Line, and I've only seen one part of it, not all of it, and I would love to see the rest of it, and I've not been over to. So,
I remember they have a new soccer field for blind, and they have the new track and a lot of things that John's proud of that we'd like to share with us. So just look at that up there, and is there a date that sticks out?
September 25th sounds good for that. That's not overlapping, board meetings, so is it?
No, the board meetings are the second week of every month. So I think we'd miss, and the only one we're hitting is January, where we want to make sure that we have opportunity to meet with the board. And then the Wednesday, April 9th, unfortunately, I think would be a board meeting date. I'm not sure.
The board is the 10th and the 11th
Thank you,
for
but why,
September,
then why, oh, September, but I'm talking about April.
April, they just,
I know, but I'm talking about 25.
oh, 25.
Because we've got April 9 up there, and I believe that is, Jim has always said he wants to
Should
be
be a
able
Wednesday.
to attend our meetings. And he misses that opportunity because he's got board meeting, we're scheduling
The
him.
8th and 9th is that.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's- Can we move that to Thursday perhaps?
Yeah, we can move it to the 10th. That doesn't bother me at all. It's up to you all, what works best for your calendars.
I mean, right now, my year from now calendar is pretty open.
I was thinking so.
See, they were at the school for one yesterday.
Yeah. So let's move it to the 10th, and that way the board member can attend. There's a little rumor that Jim may not run again.
That is a fact.
And if Jim doesn't run, then we could have a new board member that would be assigned to us, because they do that at the beginning of the year, as they do the, who's gonna do what, because I remember our new board member, one of them said, why do we do this? And now he's very excited to be doing that, because he's picked up a lot of knowledge from participating in being members of different teams. So I think Thursday the 10th, if we could schedule that. So are we in agreement September 25th? We'll work with Luann and John.
Yes.
All right. And then you can work with Joyce. We'll get information out for the full SEAC, but you can work with Joyce on your travel arrangements and getting reimbursed. We'll get it worked out.
Sounds good. So, Wednesday, September 25th, State School of Blind, State School of the Deaf. That's Wednesday, November 20th. Is that what you said, Lena? November 20th is a Wednesday. Okay, and then Thursday, April 10th, 2025.
So chicks.
Just make sure that when you're doing your reservations, you're getting the state rate, because that's all that the state will reimburse you for.
We'll
So-
send you out information that talks about how you get yourself. And we'll try to find a location so that you can be together if you want to go out that night or just have conversations amongst yourselves. So we'll look for a hotel that we can schedule the night before.
I think that's a great plan, because I might actually stay the night.
Yeah,
That's
that's a long
okay.
ways to go.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why we don't schedule out in Garden City or Ulysses or over in Overland Park. And we try to stay around the Topeka area or the Wichita area, because it seems to be able to pull people that have to drive long distance and they don't have so far to drive back. But I agree, thinking overnight is in order. We'll take care of it.
You know where that's, I can drive down those.
Okay, well, good. See, makes it convenient for you, Rebecca.
Let me ask anyone online, do you have any comments or input? Okay, here.
There are some, this is the interpreter. There are some comments that are listed in the chat.
We're checking it.
For clarification, please, there will be a SEAC meeting during the June KSDLT conference?
No. E. There is no SEAC during the June conference. We moved to the June leadership conference because directors of special education told us that that conflicted with their local professional development opportunities, and several told us, we can't be here if you schedule it at the time you've had it in the past. So we worked with our TASN coordination team, and we were able to get the hotel for June 25, where we have neglected and delinquent workshop. We'll have, MIS workshop in the afternoon for directors. And then the 26th and the 27th will actually be the leadership conference. And it is jam-packed with breakouts and keynotes. So we figured if we would not try to do a Seac and a school mental health, we're gonna do those separately. So we will have the school mental health now. We'll meet on July 24th, Wednesday, July 24th. Probably be here at Bishop, or if we can get better connectivity, we'll have it somewhere else where we have the connectivity and we don't have all this problem with our internet. It could be at the KSDE if we can get one of the rooms there, or it can be at KSB. Yeah, KNEA, I'm sorry. We've met at KNEA in the past, I believe.
Yeah. Yes.
We have a lot of options.
Yeah, we've got.
So we'll look at other options so that we have a better connection, because this is not the second time that I remember that we've had issues with connectivity here.
And we can do a TV that also, so.
Okay,
Just.
I remember that. I will. Thank you, Adele. That was a great idea. That's just down the street.
Parking too.
Yeah, they have good parking. It's just down the street from KSDE and the Land and State Office Building. About a block and a half,
Yeah.
not very far.
Couple blocks.
Did that answer all of our chat questions? Okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
This
We're
is
gonna-
this is the interpreter speaking. I'm going to read from the chat. Jennifer Kuzinski asked, oh, she's coming on screen. One moment. She asked, let me find it again. Could you please list the agreed dates in the chat?
Just put them in the chat. Did you upload them?
Oh, you use direct messages to direct messages
I-
instead of.
I'm sorry, you told me.
Yeah.
Okay, we will put them in the chat.
That's helpful for me. So, as I'm looking between the interpreter and the dates that are listed, it'll be helpful to see all of those dates listed in one spot.
Okay.
Okay, we are gonna go ahead and take a 15-minute break. It's 10:17 now. We'll come back at 10:30. So a 13-minute break.
And for all of you in the room, we have treats over here, so help yourself.
And after that, we'll continue on for indicator 18. Go ahead. You. Oh, there you go.
So.
Oh, my goodness.
O.J. Simpson had died at age 76.
Welcome back from our break. It is 10:30, so we will resume. We are gonna move down to, what is listed at 12:55 PM as the indicator 18 general supervision. So Brian, if you'd like to pick it up from there.
Thank you, Marvin. Pardon me?
Do you want me to make it bigger?
No. Okay, I'm okay. Okay, indicator 18 is not on the slide you saw earlier about what we submitted for FY 22. This is a new indicator. It's, OSEP refers to it as the general supervision indicator. It's our general supervision requirement. It's the old indicator 15 for those that remember that. And it's added to this year's submission. So for FY 23, which is submitted by February 1 of 25, indicator 18 will be in there. And it's kind of stair step. So we'll walk through what it is. So it's kind of gathering our general supervision responsibilities and reporting them to OSEP in one indicator for them to have an at a glance look at. And probably for those that are in districts, one way to think about it, and I didn't point this, but it is interesting. Initially, for districts, it's about the compliance indicator. So it's just about whether you're meeting compliance or not. And if you don't currently, so on 4B, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, we circle back and figure out why you weren't in compliance. And if there's an exception, depending on the indicator, we have to document that. If not, we have to bring you into compliance either through corrective action with a student file or with the district. And you have a year to do that, right? Everybody has a year to come back into compliance. So including us when OSEP does their letter. So the first step, this is the data source and measurement. This is just what OSEP put out in their package to us for what we submit next year. And I'm not going to read it to you, but it's just, so the general supervision requirement is identifying those areas of non-compliance. And it talks, this is kind of generally the introduction about the database system, dispute resolution, fiscal management systems, other mechanisms where we identify non-compliant. Credible allegations is the hot buzz word that OSEP came out with in their 2301 document about our general supervision responsibilities. If we have a credible allegation about a district, it's our responsibility to look into it. And if that's a finding of non-compliance, that's part of our general supervision. And then what the actual numbers were, who came into compliance within that year. The measurement is just all the numbers of non-compliance, how many of those came into compliance, and then times it by 100, and you have to be 100%. So indicator 18 is a compliance indicator. Everybody has to come into compliance at the 100%, so they have to correct their non-compliance within a year. And if they don't, then we have to explain why they didn't. So again, if we don't hit 100%, we'll explain that. That's the biggest thing out of this slide is it's a compliance indicator. This just is about what we report. Okay, so starting with this year's submission, so I bold and highlighted FFY 23, which is what we are in now and submitted in February. The first step for this package that goes through FFY 25 are the compliance indicators, and I highlighted those. That's what we have to do for indicator 18. So if you're like me, kind of the question is, well, they're current indicators. Don't you already report them, and why it doesn't make sense? Aren't we just going to end up copying and pasting from 4B down below if somebody's not in compliance and what their correction is? Probably, but that's the starting point. But we could So for 18 minimum, this submission, 4B, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, we have to report any non-compliance. So if we hit our targets, which are 100% or 0, depending on the indicator, they will not be reported in indicator 18. So in addition, we may, so I bolded and highlighted may, also provide additional information related to other non-compliance findings that aren't specific to the non-compliance or to the compliance indicators. So this could be everything else. We just went through that list, the fiscal, dispute resolution, credible allegations. And then they go on in future years. FFY 26 is significant for you. That's the next SPPAPR package. So remember, the package for this package is 6 years through FFY 25. They're normally 5, but this is a 6-year package. So I think what this is, so for the next package, they might roll in the results indicators as well. So every other indicator of non-compliance, which is interesting. And this, Jennifer, might get to our conversation. So moving forward, what we haven't decided for this year, I don't think on the results indicators, but for those other areas of fiscal, general supervision, dispute resolution, et cetera. If we're going to do that there may be some advantages, just kind of the initial talk amongst us internally was is there a reason you would want to do that now? And maybe there is, maybe there isn't. So we'll talk through that and I'll let you know where we land on that, if we're going to add that or just stick with the compliance indicators. So as you know, I'm sure everybody remembers the exact language. So we have, so indicator 13 or child fine. Not everybody gets it done in 60 school days. We either have exceptions or they're out of compliance, they come into compliance, and that language is made sure the district did this, and then how did you verify they came into compliance, which is updated data. We review data after they've implemented their corrective action. And we just pull that language out of, it's called 23-01. That's the OSEP guidance that talks about our responsibility when we determine non-compliance. So we just parrot that, and that's what we would put down here in indicator 18. So I just wanted everybody to be aware of it. Again, for the districts, it's really just about compliance, and for us, it's about ensuring our general supervision responsibility about corrections, making sure the districts have corrected their findings of non-compliance. Again, we didn't know how much information we'd have, Marvin. That's why we left a lot of time on the agenda, or if there were any questions that would come up. And I don't think there's anything new. This is just all the federal language that are in the measurement tables that come out with this year's submission. This is the language, previous findings of noncompliance, provide information on the nature of continuing noncompliance if they haven't come in or that we will take. And periodically, we've had a district that didn't come into compliance within that year. Very rare, but it happens. And then you just describe what you're doing to continue to bring them into compliance. Again, the idea being within a year, when you're working with students, time is of the essence. So you just want to make sure you get it corrected. And then the end of that is the references to the federal, for everything else we do. Uniform guidance is a lot of the fiscal stuff or cost principles and the admin requirements for federal funds. And then our state rules. That's it. That's the new indicator 15 updated. Are there any questions on that? I know I do tend to go through things quickly because if I know it, I assume people know it, but that's not always the case, I've learned. So I need to go back and circle through. Let me know if you have questions.
So will this be added to the SPP APR district reports? Will there be an indicator 18 now in the district reports?
So Bert's question is whether indicator 18 will be on the APR reports that we compile after our submission for the districts. I don't know, Bert, that's a good question. We have not talked about that. But that is a question we should review.
It's an indicator for you guys, really, right? Not.
Correct.
But yet it tells, I guess I can see it still being informative to the districts in a way, so I was just trying to make sense of that. Because in my mind, when you were talking about it, I was thinking it wouldn't, but then it also makes sense it would, so.
I guess the way I think of it is it's an opportunity for OSEP to ensure we are conducting our general supervision responsibilities by compiling eventually all of our non-compliance findings from whatever source in this indicator for them. And it helps inform them of their monitoring responsibility for us. So yeah, I see it as our indicator.
Well, I do too. It's, did we ensure that
Right.
the corrective action occurred? So it's not just that you submit something to us and we accept it, but how do we know it? And we do that verification where we have you submit additional records or files often so that we can show that you've either changed or modified your language or that you have proof that you have updated whatever it was you were found non-compliant. So I think we cover that, but a lot of states weren't. And they weren't following up on corrective action. And I think that's why OSEP put this on the radar for states, because they weren't finding the evidence in the first 5 districts or whatever, 5 states that they reviewed that this was occurring regularly. It may have been occurring in some indicators, but not in others. So this is all encompassing. This is all corrective action. And how does the state know that corrective action took place? What's your evidence?
And I think it feeds into so remember a couple of years ago, OSEP came out with their discipline guidance in July of 22. So they were really focused on discipline. And as Bert said, as they're rolling through, now what you hear about, and Bert articulated it, how do you know it's working? And I think that's it. So what we're hearing coming from OSEP, not to us, but what you hear them talk about is how do you know, how do you know, how do you know, which kind of gets to the how are you monitoring that data update? So we utilize their guidance language on our process. So what'll be interesting, I guess, is the feedback from them. If we're utilizing their language that we set up a plan, we monitor the individual, we circle back, but we're not being, how specific are they going to want that to be? But they've been asking a lot of how do you know it worked? Are you on site? Which we are not at this point, but how do you know it's working? And then I think it goes to how often are you monitoring districts? So you have states, so we have a 3-year cohort for some of our monitoring. We have SPP APR, that's annual dispute resolution as it comes up. We have fiscal monitoring. And we do the 3-year cohort. Some states don't. OSEP's guidance seems now to be you can do a 6-year cohort, but I think the longer you go, the more this comes into play for them. Are you really looking at systems often enough? And if you are you catching it? And then what are you doing about it? So Bert's right. I mean, there's just sometimes it's not you that creates a new indicator, it's somebody else that.
Well, the first 3 states that we got the reports on, every one of them had a finding for general supervision. So that's why I'm assuming that OSEP caught this and said, we need to start monitoring this because we're seeing a consistent message here that states are not being consistent and ensuring that corrective actions are taking place. Alaska got like 11 findings. Arkansas got 1, and the one they got was general supervision. So that's where I'm thinking it's coming from. It's just to put us on guard to say, how do you know? Well, we also have TA providers that we send out, and they will go into districts, provide technical assistance and monitor. And we do the file review, and those you have to submit the corrected file so that we can see the ICAs are done. So I mean, we do have general supervision we provide, but it depends on what OSEP wants. Do they want you out there looking at everybody's records like we used to do years ago, where we sent the team out on site and they literally went through everything? So I'm just wondering what they're wanting and they're not telling. So we'll find out.
And so sorry, Rebecca Schultz. So is there professional development for the sped teachers so they understand how to do all this?
But I think for the IEP, we hope IEP training is occurring at the local level, and we find that out when we have systemic errors in any system, that there's the potential that, like, the one thing that a lot of my IEPs were lacking was the parent engagement. You know, what are the concerns of the parent? And I get that back on the IEPs, because I reviewed every IEP when I was director, about 325 of them a year. And if anything was an error, I sent it back and said, you have to go in, you have to do this corrective action before you ever went to the state. So I think that's where I was able to capture it, but I don't know that every system has that depth and breadth of knowing when there are systemic problems, especially when we have so many subs in classrooms now. So there's a lot of issues there. You have a good question, Rebecca, but I think for the teachers, their primary accountability is for service delivery and implementation of IEPs. And then it's your admins that have to ensure that all the other compliance requirements are being met.
You guys do have some resources that are really helpful to schools and teachers, like there's the prior written notice training is like one of the, I remember that every year I've worked for districts that made teachers take it every year, because that was the hardest thing, honestly, to write correctly. And so there are a lot of resources you guys have developed and given to districts to help them make sure they can support their teacher and training.
And from an administrative standpoint, when you do find those errors, either in the self-evaluation or through the rest of the process, I mean, you're identifying, like, then when we found one, we then brought in people from, I mean, I had already presented on it, but we brought in people from TASN. I mean, I'm not gonna say we didn't hit it again, like, and we are still hitting it, but, I mean, I think that also helps narrow it down, and there's IEP boot camp, and there's a lot of resources that you can address. I do think it becomes more challenging from an administrative standpoint because of the substitutes, and I was a waiver teacher that came in, so I mean, they're very valuable, but they don't come with the skill set already there, so, I just think there's a lot of challenges, but I think there's resources available.
Maybe that is a good question. I don't see this as additional work or PD locally, but do you? Are you seeing that? Okay.
Well, I think that's something that we need to Rebecca Schultz again, to meet on a higher level for our students, their parents, everything. And for the teachers, because sometimes, you know, there's so much thrown at a special ed teacher at the beginning of the year. You're trying to get to know all your kids. You're absolutely buried in everything. And so if you're introducing something that fall, I'm not listening as a sped teacher. I'm trying to get my caseload figured out. I'm trying to get to know my kids and introducing one new task for me to do. I'm just saying from my perspective, that's how a lot of teachers see this. So we need to be introducing the training like in January, February, so that they can prepare for the next year and have a refresher course for a lot of them.
Well, some districts do have a lot of turnover, so they consider that as well, but I know a lot of districts do like quarterly. So basically they're hitting things that are timely at that time of year that happen most, not that they wouldn't happen in a one-off situation and other times. But I do think that part of the key is doing it like periodically, not all like this time or this time, because nothing is ideal for teachers. I mean, they're busy in different kinds of ways throughout the whole year. But I kind of want to talk about, not that I'm talking about a specific situation, but in addition to making sure that teachers really understand the paperwork, I think we have to remember implementing that, because you can have a teacher who does amazing paperwork. It looks beautiful, but you've got some problems behind the scenes because things aren't really being implemented exactly that way. So I think that's kind of one of our bigger things that administrators kind of focus on first. Kind of the paperwork sometimes goes to the side because we have to put out those fires of making sure things are really being done, because that's what's most important, honestly. It's for the students, that they're getting what they need. and then we have to go back.
Because essentially for the impact on the districts is the continued impact of those compliance indicators. But it's already what we're providing that training on and things along those lines. So this isn't necessarily new that the district is gonna have to do something different or teachers will have to do something different. Am I understanding that correctly?
Unless it's that your feet might be held to the fire on some things.
That's what
that
I
they
was
weren't
thinking,
before,
except
but-
for you need to make sure you're hitting those indicators.
But then you should have already been doing that, so.
Right.
But as we talked about yesterday, is it also OSEP's way of saying to the State Department, we want you guys out in the field and out checking those? And until we get some of those things figured out at that level, that really may be what we see as the impact, but other than that. Maybe.
And we'll find out, because that's what I'm thinking too, Lindsay. Because we have talked for years, since I've been at KSDE, about the need for having monitors that actually work in the field. And I cannot get my HR program to accept that we need to add staff.
I was gonna say, staffing, you're nowhere near staff to do that.
So one of the things that could happen, I know I'm recorded, so I'm gonna say it anyway, is it could be good to be bad.
Yeah.
Because if we do get a general supervision ding, then I can go to my leadership and say, here's the evidence now that you needed to support that we need to have these additional people that are providing the support in the field. And that's kind of how I look at it as a director. If I ever got a ding, it was probably good training for my superintendents to understand this is why we do what we do, why we have to do it. So.
That's assuming those individuals exist. I mean, folks are having difficulty just getting paras and teachers, let alone, I think that finding the funding, but having those individuals exist, I won't speak for you, but I'm hearing it constantly now.
Oh, no, that's very true.
So, I'm not sure going forward how, I would stop for that as a potential challenge not as a parent, but from a faculty member. I mean, we're getting calls from districts that have never reached out to us looking for people constantly. So it's great to get those calls, but, but it's just representative as we all know the field.
But the option that you are doing, I feel like, so I know you're not being able to get people in necessarily, but right now I feel like we do better probably than most states, is you have that, like the quarterly, meetings and I feel like you offer a lot of trainings where it does require us to come to you guys, but you are offering them in clusters too, like not just in one location. So I do feel like that's maybe I don't know, maybe that's as close as we can get, but you guys are definitely making the effort to get as far as you can. I'm not sure that every state would probably have anything like that.
No, I concur with that completely, and I said that yesterday, as I said, there are so many things and I can't get to them. I can't get to them all just because of what's happening, on site too. And I said, I almost feel bad because I feel like it's you not need to learn anything else, so you gotta, I don't know, and no, I don't. But on the flip side of it is, I don't want them to go away because when the schedule frees back up a little bit, I want to dive in because they're valuable. And with the turnover in our field as administrators. I mean, we have so many new administrators, like we need that because there's only so many mentors. And like I said, this is year 6 as a director and 8 in admin. And it still scares me to think I'm an expert. Like I don't feel that I am that person yet. But I am a number of years in the field.
But even, I get what you're saying too, like, you want to support the need for it, but so I know that I always look at what comes out afterwards. You guys send out the information about what happens in the meeting afterwards, so that we can't make it, we still get the information. So if there needed to be some support to show that it is still valuable and it is still being looked at, maybe it'd be something where you have to like sign in to get that or something, and then you have support for that. We are at least looking at that stuff. We're still using it, it's still valuable.
Good point, Jennifer, but we're trying to expand our opportunities for the quarterlies. I mean, every year since I've been at the state, that first year we had 17 new directors and 3 had no special ed background. That's when I said we're gonna do quarterlies, because these people need more than 2 hours of everything thrown at them, and they left there with their heads spinning and green pea soup coming out. I know they did because I sat there listening to it. We introduced them to everybody and we threw this out, threw that, this didn't care, that didn't care. I don't know how they kept up with it. So we tried to slow it down and went with the 100-day checklist and went with what's happening over the next 100 days and just trying to give them all as much individualized support. But we're thinking for LCP, they're gonna offer 4 locations for the first one. And I'm thinking at least 2 for us. And that would be one western side, one eastern side, because we don't need Wes all the time traveling our direction.
Yeah.
So they don't know that yet, but that's on my
Yeah, I
list.
was liberal for a while, if you remember, so I get that. but,
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure that out, how we can do that and be effective, but do at least 2 locations. Because you can't give enough information, just like Lindsay said. I went to every training, I may have got 5 minutes of new information out of it, but that was 5 effective minutes for me. And it was a reinforcement of what I already had in my toolkit. So that's why we do it, and we'll continue to do it as long as I'm there, because I think the field appreciates it, and then we don't have these big issues blow up like they used to, where we didn't know, and then all of a sudden we get monitored and be like, transition, early childhood, part C to B, and it's like, okay, we were fine, what happens? And this way we have more open information and conversation about it.
I didn't realize those started with you, but that's been, we really appreciated having them, so.
Oh, that was the
Also
first thing we
super
did. It
It
went
also
3 years
allows-
with nothing from KSDE.
It also allows some collaboration time because of, like, we were just talking about staffing. Well, what are you doing outside the box? Because we can't have box, I mean, special ed, we've always said there can't really be a box, but like, there's no box. And so what creative way are you doing this or addressing that? I mean, happens in those settings, just as they happen here too. So
Well, that's
they're
what
very valuable.
we modified Educate Kansas. I mean, it used to be the key. And then we added the 2 prongs, so the one could be co-teaching and continue that keep arrangement, but also then provide you opportunities on how to skill yourselves and selling yourself so you could attract candidates. So Chris Seidel has done an outstanding job with that program, but we added that about 3 years ago. So we hear you and we try to add things, but, I think for indicator 18, we'll go through it and we'll figure it out. And if they tell us we need to do something different, I'll go to my leadership and say, I need 5 monitors and we'll see what happens. And they don't need to be housed at KSDE, which seems to be something that they act like we're a school district, that everybody has to be in person. And it's very difficult to get any type of remote, availability for people that need to be driving and traveling all the time. It's an act of Congress to try and figure out how to get permissions. We manage.
Well, it's really equivalent to saying that all of your people out in a district that are supposed to be in classrooms are sitting at central office. You know what I mean? Right. They would, I mean, I feel like KFD would have a fit about that, but that's really,
And locals have a bit about that, yeah.
yeah. so
Parents, yeah.
It's really,
We'll work it out.
I just wanted to point out, it looks like there's several things in the chat. I didn't know if they were questions pertaining to.
Oh, well, her
Is it
chat's
different?
red,
Okay.
mine's not.
Okay, perfect.
So that's why my number is so high.
All right, just wanted to make sure we didn't miss.
Yeah, no, you're good. She's got it on her computer.
Perfect.
And we can always ask if anybody that's on the Zoom has any comments or questions about indicator 18. You stunned them, Brian. You just stunned them.
I'm used to giving extra wait time, but I don't hear anything, so we'll, go, Brian, is that it on, indicator 18? You have some more stuff? Okay, so, thank you for sharing that. I'm sure that will be some topics we'll talk a bit about later. We are running out of some things on our agenda as we're moving quickly today. I want to know, Bert, do you know if, Mr. Harwood or,
We're just having conversation about that
Okay.
over here.
Mr. Carter,
And
can you
Joyce
come?
is going to send them an email and see if we can move them up on the agenda if they do plan on being here.
Okay.
Shane Carter is coming, but I don't think he was at least coming until the lunch, because he's not scheduled until after.
Right, so I just, if they can make it earlier, that's great. Otherwise, we have a few more things, not much, but we will try to fill up between now and lunch. Let's jump to Lena, can we jump to your section 310? Okay, and sorry, Brian, you've been talking the entire morning here. Don't have a break.
That's okay.
Let's move to virtual programs and SWDs.
Do you need to share your screen?
I do not.
Okay.
No, this is it.
That's the presentation. Do you want me
If you want to kick
Come
it
in.
off, yeah.
to? Sure. Okay, I'm Lena Kisner and I'm the director in Reno County. And throughout the last couple meetings on Seac, I've been somewhat vocal about some growth in virtual programs for special education and just feeling unprepared to handle that in the field. And so I presented last time some data from a data request with just the numbers, the amount of students, and we noticed the growth. And so Brian and I have been talking. We thought maybe we could pull some data just from the system with Mason, and turns out we need to make another data request. And so what my goal is, and I don't know what your goal is, Brian, but my goal is to know what other data you want so that I know how to tailor that request and can come back to Seac so that we can dive into understanding what's going on for students with disabilities enrolled in virtual programs, how are services being delivered, what kind of supports do we need to provide out to the field, because it is very much an area that we're struggling with in terms of, you know, when a parent chooses to enroll and that's not IEP team decision, then writing temporary plans versus the IEP team thinks this is a great idea, what to do when, you know, kids with multiple disabilities try to enroll and how to support them, what to do when they're not participating, and they live halfway across the state, all of those kinds of things. And so really, I just wanted to know what data you want, and I was going to take notes, but if our minute keeper's taking notes, I can pull specific requests from that. Is that, and did you have anything else?
No, and not specifics, but this is a good opportunity. We're finalizing. So one of the things we do is alternative monitoring. We do on-site monitoring for that. And this is an area we've realized that we don't really capture that well. So we are finalizing a survey actually. So this could help inform that survey to send out and get that information. So we can get some data points that way. And then specific data points, if we have to go through the governance board, we can do that as well. And that'll help inform our monitoring of virtual programs.
The governor's board wasn't dissolved?
No.
Did you not do that?
The data governance.
Oh, these did.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I was thinking the special government side. Just for note takers information, SWD is student with disability.
Yes.
So Lena, are you asking us to start generating some conversation?
Like, what questions do you have? You know, I think, last time, you know, there was some questions about, you know, is there a way to determine somewhat the level of disabilities or the exceptionalities that are being served in virtual settings? Because all I requested was numbers, you know, how many IEPs are being recorded as, attending in a virtual setting, which, you know, can be different than are they actually getting their services in a virtual setting? And so those are, you know, different questions and different data points. So just wanting to know what are the questions that Seac has, so then I can shape a data request. And Mason's really good about consulting with me on how to get what I want in data terms.
Well, we also have an option to work with David Burnkoff, who is the Assistant Director in charge of virtual programs in the state. Having done one for 1 year and then quickly getting rid of it because it was totally ineffective for kids. The thing that he could do is provide us with information on the assurances that are required from virtual programs for serving students with disabilities. And we might want to ask him and Robin Kelso to come and provide a report to Seac on how virtual education is coordinated in the state of Kansas. And then you all could ask specific questions related to students with disabilities. Because when I filled that program out, I had to say that I would provide the services and supports required by my students with disabilities. with the support of my third-party vendor, which at that point in time was Greenbush. My third-party vendor disappeared. I received no coordination from my third-party vendor. I ended up having to hire a teacher to work 2 hours a day to tutor one boy to get him through Spanish and geometry and also chemistry. I had to go over to the school and get the teachers to provide him with services on how to interpret his lessons. All the other 8, 3 of them dropped out, all adults that hit me for graduation data for 3 years. And my 5 elementary kids were back at semester for truancy. And we had bought them computers and we had set up hotspots. And that was my familiarity with virtual programming. And I quickly said, we're not doing this anymore. But since then, it seems to be a money machine for districts. I'm going to be honest with you, because they get to count the virtual students, and parent is supposed to take on the onus for provision of services during the time of the virtual opportunity. Now, back when I filled the application out, it was 25 hours a week that they had to log. So individually, if they didn't log the 25 hours a week, that put them in a truancy risk. And then if they continued to have that risk, then we had to call truancy on them, which meant they had to come back to brick and mortar. But now we have programs all across the state that are taking students from everywhere. Elkhart has 1,400 students. They have a private provider that provides their special education services and supports. KCA, Pearson, Learning. They have staff they hire to provide all the services. The district receives a minimal amount of money out of the virtual, and they transfer all the other money to Pearson to provide the services. We're working with that situation right now. We've had several private providers try to start up in the state for virtual programs. Most of the programs are coordinated by a district. The ones I can think of are Andover is a huge virtual opportunity. We also have Gardner Edgerton, I think it is, or Spring Hill. Spring Hill has a huge program. Lawrence has a program. I'm just mentioning a few that I know of, but they are blossoming. So it becomes an issue of when do we know that faith is being provided? And that's why the temporary plans are written, because the temporary plan says, well, you chose a virtual environment. This is what we can provide in that environment. But here's an IEP of what we think your child needs that we will provide in brick and mortar. And that's in our virtual Q&A that we developed through SETS. So if you go online, you look at virtual programs on ksde.org, you can go and find our Q&A document. But then how are they being monitored? And that's what Brian's talking about. That's where we're trying to get an alternate monitoring. We tried to work with CSAS team, and they said we had too many questions. So they did not want to play in our sandbox. So we're having to do a separate monitoring. But these are all things that we could discuss with the virtual program coordinators at KSDE, which is Dr. Bernkoff and Dr. Kelso. If you're interested, we could have, now, we could do it in July, we could, because we're running out of time this year to do it. But I think if it continues to be a topic of interest, we need to build a monitoring protocol for this. And we also then need to provide you with the information on what does virtual education look like in the state of Kansas. Does that make sense?
Lena, as far as what you're asking, and what Bert just said, how does that align with what the ultimate goal that started this? Because you started with some questions and it's kind of taken off, so.
Yeah, I think, what Bert's talking about aligns perfectly with what questions I've had. My questions were more locally, at the beginning. And so we've done more meetings at the local level to try to understand the program in our backyard. But I think it's important for this group to understand the difference in virtual education across the state. Because we even have micro schools popping up within the umbrella of virtual education. And that is an on-site school in some private place. And, what does that look like when an ESI happens? What does that look like if they say, oh, your kiddo's misbehaving, you can't come back, for the next 2 weeks? how does that impact indicator 4? Does it? I mean, because they can still access virtual instruction, but they can't be at the place that they signed up to be. And so I think there's a lot to peel back in this onion. And so I think the more information we have, like, we may not be at a place to ask more questions yet. We may need to start with getting more answers and just information about how programming is so varied. I mean, from district provided to private vendors to live teachers recording sessions. It's just so different.
So is that a question you are asking, is what are you using to implement curriculum? Like, are you using Apex? Are you using a live teacher that's zooming in with kids? I think that that's really important, because are they accredited, and how are they applying for accreditation?
Well, they are under the accreditation of their district.
Exactly, the district is the accrediting body,
However-
unless it's a private provider, but then what we've told the Elkhart superintendent is ultimately you are accountable for these students because you enroll them. Whoever enrolls them, it has to be a district if they're gonna get any funding in the state of Kansas. Then that district, LEA, is the one who is getting the funding, and therefore the services would fall under their purview of requirement. So I think if we had David and Robin just explain, how does a virtual program get created or within a district? Let's say within a district. And then what are the requirements for services, and how much time do students have to spend online, and that's all in that virtual program document. So I think they need to give us that information. And now with the legislators thinking this is a great opportunity and they've increased the funding, we're gonna see even more virtual programs, because that's what Lena shared with us. I was surprised by how many students with disabilities over the last 3 years have moved into virtual programs.
So are you trying to figure out, how many have what exceptionalities? Is that part of,
Or what services?
or what services, related services?
That
All of
wasn't
that.
specifically my questions. I mean, I'm still at the bigger level of just what the heck is going on? Across the state, and I don't feel like we have a good idea. I have a much better understanding of my own programs. But again, that just kind of popped up. And if you've heard, I learned about it on a Facebook post that they were opening a virtual program that I was going to be responsible for. And so, those kind of things happen. They don't even get all the parties to the table, but we've worked out that locally. But that, I know of 2 districts, one that I'm responsible for and another in the county. Between the 2, there's 500 kids in virtual programs. Both of these programs started since COVID.
Yeah, okay.
So that's huge.
I don't know how many people know that my spot on Seac is actually for charter schools, because I worked for K-12 for 4 years, so that's the spring home. So basically, like, as the SPED program manager, I don't even know what my title was anymore, honestly. Every single IEP, so a student enrolled and they marked the box that they had an IEP. I requested the records, I read the IEP, I met with parents, and then if we thought it would be appropriate, then we had an IEP team meeting. So I'm just like, we reviewed every single one when they came in. And I'm plenty of instances in which they only had speech, but I'm reading it going, this kid has more than speech. So when I met with the parents, we agreed that we would accept now this and open a comp about, you know what I mean? So like, we even expanded on services when it was appropriate. And same with 504, I was also with 504, so we did the same process with those. Now, where it breaks down sometimes is like, if the parent didn't check that box, that's a problem. But there is that I don't know what the name it is, but that lost, or that student that where basically there's a report mistake, the MIS clerk. So our Springfield MIS clerk, who's absolutely amazing, I think she's still there. She would pull reports for us and say, I found this kid on this report. And we get, okay, so then we would have to contact parents and go through the process. By then they already in school, and it may or may not be like an appropriate setting. They may or may not be successful if we're a month into the school year and they haven't been getting those, then even if it could have been successful, maybe they're not being successful. I also just wanted to add, when you said like, are you doing this, like live instruction level? If you ask that of a large school, they're gonna tell you yes, because we're absolutely all of those things, but it just depends on what that child needs, like how old are they, what's on their IEP. It's all of those things, and so.
But I think what Lena's also brought up and touched on today, which I don't know that, I think having a meeting with wife off and whatever you have said, I didn't write down, would be awesome, because I think it's great information, but like she even touched on micro schools and that, like, that's a whole nother beast. Because I have this fear in our county that we have several homeschooled people, but then like they get together in a setting and I have talked with them and offered, like, for trial fund purposes or anything else, like, hey, we have, but I worry, like, what am I missing, or what am I not doing, or who am I not capturing, or who didn't I get in this cohort or whatever, and so I think that's a whole nother beast in and of itself that it's gonna get looped in, and it's kind of looped in and kind of not, you know what I mean? So I think that, the challenges are just, right?
And part of the problem is that they're just kind of like trying to say, like, take a whole bunch of, with all special ed students and try to put them into one box. They're just as varied as the students, honestly. They're so varied, it's really hard to grasp them. Because, I couldn't even begin to tell you what's happening now at the school that I worked at, because I don't know how COVID may have changed a lot of how things happen.
So I'll just offer this as, again, I'll wear two hats here. So, prior to COVID, OSEP funded the National Center on Online Learning of Students with Disabilities, which I was a co-PI on. And so that work is still relevant. What we do know, just FYI, which I think this is extremely relevant, is individuals with disabilities, they don't churn in and out of, and K-12 Incorporated has this data, they don't churn in and out, they tend to stay. If they go online, they tend to stay. So it's even more so. We also know a lot of the product, and again, K-12 Incorporated would be representative of that. It may be accessible from a 508 compliance, but generally it's improved since COVID, but generally not necessarily available for the design for individuals with disabilities. Now, it's changed. It's changed a lot. Jennifer, your experiences in K-12 Incorporated, to me, I think you guys are kind of the major leagues. And then there's a lot of minor league teams out there. So K-12 Incorporated is doing it well. I would argue they do it well because they're across the country. But others, especially if it's district-wide, there's a lot of inconsistency. So therefore, we have individuals with disabilities, high propensity to be staying in these programs, and the programs may not be designed for them if they're using asynchronous curriculum that was designed for the general audience, et cetera, et cetera. And then throw in the fact out my parent hat, I don't know how many parents I've run into post-COVID that have run away from public schools. I work a lot with the Catholic schools. They're going to Catholic schools and they're going online, not necessarily for the services, it's rather what they're not liking with the public. And it's not anything against us as public, it's just the reality. So therefore, we're finding more and more parents in the online programs with kids with disabilities that fall under our purview. So there's my 25 cents.
Well, and to add to that, the other.
I'm preaching to the choir here, I know that.
Yeah, the other piece I think we're finding is, oh, well, we have a virtual school now, so instead of going the due process route and dealing with the root of this student's behavior, we're just gonna give the family the option, if you wanna go ahead and enroll in lieu of discipline.
I get both of them though. I kind of get it
then
as
do
a, like, oh, maybe they're trying to avoid something, but also maybe does that setting actually work for that student?
For some individuals, 100%. Oh, yeah.
If they're using it
So-
correctly, which is always.
Yeah, and then the other thing that's happened historically, and I can't speak to the last couple of years, is, and Jennifer, you alluded to it, so it's Jennifer, right?
Yeah.
I keep saying Jennifer, I think it's, is the parent of a child with a disability, they'll go to the fully online, but they won't share that the child has a disability. And so it's that, oh, wait, you had certain, so that's an aspect, I think, from a state perspective, we might be more clarity out, so, because parents for some reason are confiding, so.
But it's gonna become obvious, basically those situations, if they have a significant enough disabilities, the teacher is going to start very quickly requiring them to go to extra, like those MTSS sessions and stuff.
Yeah.
And then the parents because they don't like those things, they want accommodations and stuff, then they're gonna disclose, oh, we have an
If they have
IEP.
a very organized program like K-12.
Because we have those.
Because you have those steps, and you have those, the learning coach
Yes.
needs to do the following, where some of the programs don't have that.
This is the interpreter. Can we please make sure that there's one person speaking at a time? There's a lot of overlap. Please, thank you. And this is Jennifer. It's hard to follow who's talking. Just one person at a time, please. Thank you. And if you could also identify your name, please, before you make your comment, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sorry.
Just another thing that we've been talking a lot about is, in our region, is the idea of dual enrollment in some of those cases and who's responsible for what, who's a part of the IEP team, if they're not getting any special ed services through the virtual school, is that all on the LEA? And so just kind of navigating some similar questions, but with that dual enrollment piece. We've got some students that have a lot of anxiety, so parents want them to have that connection to the brick and mortar so that they don't lose that entirely, but are getting the majority of their education online. So just some of those other nuances as well.
And this is Lindsay Graff, and I would just add in, these are for the parents that are savvy, well, not even savvy, but just well versed enough to be able to communicate all of these needs. Not even the situation where their parents or guardians are not able to communicate and advocate for their kid enough either. So those kids are underrepresented by everybody. Like we may not know what they're doing, the enrolling agency may not have the accurate information because the parent can't convey that to them, and now this kid, may be not doing anything, and that's, so.
Yeah, issue with question. For English language learners, if we do an intake survey, a parent has to complete that family survey. Would that be feasible to create some kind of a survey where the parents are required to complete that when they're entering into a virtual program?
This is Jennifer King. Yeah, that exists at least with K-12. Again, that goes back to, there are certain questions that I think there are like three, maybe you guys know, but like 3 questions you have to ask or something like that. There are certain ones the state requires every district to ask. And so those same things that they would have had to answer if they were enrolling in Spring Hill in a brick and mortar, they would have to answer when they're enrolling through us because we were part of Spring Hill in a different way. So those do exist, but there may be maybe that's something we look at suggesting. Maybe there are some other questions that we might suggest have to be asked.
Well, and this is Lena. I think the issue becomes, this is a public school, and if that student lives in that district and is choosing to roll online, it's no different than if they're going to their elementary. You can't ask these questions, say, oh, you're not a good fit here. And that's part of the problem, and where the temporary plan comes in, is you can read that IEP and you'll know immediately, this kid is not going to be successful online. Even in the brick and mortar building, they tried some online things, but you can't prevent them from enrolling. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, the understanding is even if they're not being successful, you can't boot them out mid-year and say, you have to go back to your brick and mortar. They are allowed to continue, even if you file truancy, which most counties do nothing about that. And then you can say, well, because of these things, you cannot continue the following year, but you've just now gone an entire year for some of these kids, and had very limited progress, if even participation, so then you're trying to call IEP meetings to make sure that you're following all your procedures, that they may or may not show up to. And again, here at the end, you did all the things and they didn't, and it's not good for the kid, but your hands are tied because truancy doesn't have much teeth.
Well, I think kind of to circle back, because I think we've kind of, like most things in my head, covered the breadth of the topic, but what do we need to really do next? And I think what we mentioned was having a couple of speakers at a meeting. I think that's a great starting point. I think it will open a lot of conversation. I think that that will be one that maybe doesn't stay within the confines of the time, whatever we put on the schedule that day. But I think that's a good starting point. And then maybe that will help us give you more pointed questions for data too. I don't know.
And this is Brian. If I heard Marvin right too, I think it's Lena and I working together to what is a good data profile? Who are these students, and then maybe tying into outcomes. So we have that picture along with them, maybe from David, just the overall, this is what it looks like. And these are the 3 assurances that parents or guardians have to sign, and what we can and can't do.
Jennifer, I agree. I think that's what I was gonna say. I want to make sure we have enough information to know what questions to ask. So I wasn't sure which to come first. So I appreciate that thought that maybe we get them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. It is 11:24.
I did hear from Shane at 11:05. He was on his way.
Okay.
But I have not heard back from Franklin.
Okay. Brian, do we have, it'll probably take Shane about 15 minutes more to get here. How long would discussing indicator 4 take? You need more time, or is that gonna be?
I don't think we need that much more time for indicator 4, less than what we have on the agenda. It's more of an update.
Well, let's go ahead and do that update, and then we'll, and go from there.
Okay. So I want to circle back and talk about indicator 4, just real briefly. The history 4A and 4B is discipline related and significant discrepancy. And remember, historically, we didn't identify districts or flag districts as being discrepant. And it's not just a Kansas issue, it's a national issue. And then with OSEP's focus on the increase in behavior and thus discipline, last year in the 21 submission, a lot of the feedback was make sure your methodology aligns with what we're asking, one of the two methods, and then making sure you're flagging districts. So we amended our methodology. I don't know how to operate this. Going forward, I'm frozen.
How do I'm trying to.
There we go. So it's just about the rates of suspension and expulsion greater than 10 days. A is results oriented, B is compliance. And it's all about, you hear PPPs all the time, policies, practices, and procedures. And it should be policies, procedures, and practices. And so we did change our methodology and we rolled it out. And we looked at, this just goes into, you guys have all this before. So we used to have a minimum cell size of 10 and an end size of 30. So that excluded a lot of districts right off the bat. So we ran some numbers, changed the cell size to 0, left the end size at 30. And that captured most of the districts, I think, if not all, to at least be evaluated. Then we looked at the state average. We used to set it at 0, but we figured out the average, which really wasn't that much higher, and just determined that if you were 3 times higher than the state average, that is going to get you flagged as discrepant. And if you're flagged as discrepant, then you need to review your policies and procedures and practices on did they contribute, did what you have or lack of what you have contribute to the discipline? And if so, then you would be found non-compliant and then go into a DCAP and ICA scenario. So the first step is just that flagging, and then districts would self-assess. So I'm going to talk really about the school year 22-23, which is the second iteration. Those notices went out in January. We did 21-22, and those districts that have been found non-compliant are aware and they're working through their process. But just to give you the data, in 21-22, we flagged 29 districts and identified 12, but I think that's actually 10 districts as non-compliant. For 22-23, we flagged 31 districts. There was some duplication of those that were flagged the year before, but I think 6 or 7 districts. The others were new districts. And they are going through that process now of reviewing their policies, procedures, and practices. So this wasn't yellow this morning when I put this together, so I apologize. It's hard to see. So February 16th is when we sent out notices to districts. So this is the timeline for 22-23 school year. So now we're talking about the 31 districts and what they need to do. And then next school year, we'll expand this a little bit more. So we're trying to get into that year cycle that if you've been identified, you have a year to come back into compliance.
So February 16th, districts were notified, so they have until May 17th to do their self-assessment, and we keep referring to PPP, but I'm gonna talk a little bit about the difference between policy, procedure, and practice. It's easy for a district, I think, to identify their policies and procedures, and they can document that and show us where that is. It's harder to look at how you implement those practices. So we have asked districts to supply student files for TAP members or our team to review as you've reported your policies and procedures, are you implementing those? So I'm gonna run through the timeline and I'm gonna talk about some questions that have come up. So that's the period we're in now. So May 17th, districts are going through that process. After they're done submitting their self-assessment, we will look at it for about another month, a little over a month. By June 28th, we're doing data verification. That process is reviewing everything. So let's say Lindsay sends in her policies and procedures and we have a tracking tool and that says I'm not compliant in this area. And data verification is our opportunity to look at what she has, and maybe there's something she doesn't have, or maybe we asked, but we're familiar with your system, don't you have this? Well, yes, I do, I didn't think that applied. Well, if you provide it, I think that brings you into compliance. So that's part of that. The other then is looking at practices through those student files, and then how did you implement your policies and your procedures, and did that contribute to the discipline? And if it did, that will, so even though you have the right ones, if you didn't implement them appropriately, or if your district has policies that are interfering with discipline for students with disabilities, that might determine you non-compliant. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna take July 4 off, and then July 5th, we're gonna let you know. Whether the other, if you're compliant or non-compliant for those 31 districts. And then that starts your process of a corrective action plan. So we stretch this out to August 30. I realize we're kind of midsummer and you probably don't have all the staff back. You might need to do a DCAP or a district corrective action plan. Because one of the things to develop that is doing a root cause analysis. So if you are determined to be non-compliant, you'd want to do a root cause analysis, which would help drive your district corrective action plan. So we did stretch that out to give districts the opportunity to get people they need there to have an informed and meaningful root cause analysis. And then you'll do a district corrective action plan. At this point, I don't think we do this with all indicators, but we are assigning technical assistance team, TAP members to districts that are found non-compliant to work with you to help you through this process and provide that support. ICAs or individual corrective action plans aren't due by August 30th, but by September 16th. Again, that relates to the students that got you flagged and created the non-compliance. This data is lagged. We understand that. It's something to go through. That student may not be in your district anymore. And if so, you will not be required to do an individual corrective action. It's only if that student is there. Again, TAT will help you through that process. But that's September 16th. Again, that's going to take the IEP team and getting the right staff there. And then you'll implement. So here's the reason we give you to August 30th to do your DCAPs and get them in, because then you have to make those changes and implement them. And then we need a window of you implementing those corrective actions that we can do updated data, which we're projected to do at the end of that semester, December 20th. And then we will pull students who meet the criteria for indicator 4A or B, whatever you were found non-compliant for. Now, for smaller districts, the reality is you might not have students that will need to be pulled, so we won't be able to do that. We'll be able to verify that you've implemented your corrective action and you've done that successfully, but we are not verifying through student pulls, and we're not going to extend. we're just gonna have that window. And if you have students that meet that, then we'll pull them. And so then by the end of the year, hopefully you're back into compliance, so it's gonna be like a 1-year cycle. So here's what's happening or what's coming up, and it centers around a couple of things. What does contributing to the discipline look like? And I think it really comes down to a lot of the conversation, questions and discussion are implementing practices. And so our discussion yesterday was about, we all understand the IDA. We all understand districts get 10 days and on 11th day, then they look back at, do we have a pattern of removals that are a discipline change in placement? And then what do we do from there? The focus really is what happens before that 10th day. If you are having intermittent short-term removals, you have a student over the course of a semester who's getting 1-2 day suspensions, he comes back, gets in trouble again, is removed from the room, but not even suspended. So an informal removal, not quite equaling a suspension, but still having behavior issues. And either he has a behavior intervention plan that's not working. What are you doing then? Are you doing something? And so our position isn't that you should address every removal with an IEP team meeting, but somebody should look at that. And what are you doing? So none of this is new. This is guidance in our process handbook. It's guidance that's come out from OSEP that you shouldn't wait till that 10th day to formally do things under the IDA. You should do things as they come up and address that behavior. So that's what we're looking at when we ask for student files. So what we talked about yesterday, document. So that first 1-day suspension, you might not need an IEP team meeting, but we called the parents, this is what's going on and this is what we changed, or we agreed that we don't need to do anything because it just is so out of character for Brian to have done this. We don't think it's gonna happen again. Just document that in the file. So I think some of the districts that have been found non-compliant, they either did that and didn't document it, so we weren't able to verify it, or they didn't do it. So it's just getting in the habit of doing that each time. And then I think it's an individualized plan, right? So as that student progresses, then I think it's whatever is occurring is going to determine whether you really need a formal IEP team meeting. If the behavior is continuing and there's not a behavior intervention plan, do you need to do functional behavior analysis and develop one, or where are you at? I don't think we're concerned about the beyond 10 days where you know what the IDA discipline protections are. Everybody knows what to do with that. I think districts are getting hung up on serious physical injury, bringing weapons to school, or bringing drugs to school, and it's an automatic expulsion. And they think that that gets them out of the clear, but it doesn't if that's not the first behavior. If that's the only thing that happened, they're expelled, and you have your policies and procedures in place, you're probably gonna be okay because there was no intervening behavior or suspension. If there's nothing reflected in the student file or the attendance record, there's nothing there, you went to that, and that follows the IEP and or the IDA, and as long as you're providing services and some sort of general education, you should not be found non-compliant. It is those short terms before that happens that we are looking at. So I think there's been some miscommunication on my part, so I apologize for that, but that's what we're looking at when we're looking at student files. So I think we've cleared that up. Those were the big questions we talked about yesterday, I think. And we're looking at Lindsay and Ashley, if I missed anything for what would be better, what for this group, what they might want to know.
I mean, we just spent a lot of time on communication of gen ed to special ed.
Oh, yes. The other thing we're finding too, so for this group, it is very important. is that feedback loop. So especially when you're not a standalone district and you have several districts in a co-op or an interlocal, the special education department doesn't know when discipline is occurring and may not even know what a suspension is. We talked a lot about that. May know what a suspension is and get parents to agree it's not a suspension, which is not correct. And we talked about, you know, don't create a behavior intervention plan where for the child, that part of the plan is if the behavior doesn't come within control, the parent comes, picks them up, and then we're complying with the behavior intervention plan. So it's okay. No, it's not. That's still a suspension. That was important. So I think districts working with their gen ed side about that feedback loop, so you know when to start looking at the behaviors. That is a big issue that has come up and has caused, I think, some of the non-compliance findings. So I think we're working it out. I'm talking to Casey next week. Lena's isolating me in a room by myself.
I'm gonna be there. With the sharp pencils.
Are there any questions on this? I just wanted to follow up. I know there's been questions. I think we're navigating through it. And I do want to commend the districts. They've been very responsive on short turnarounds. I know that doesn't make everybody happy, but they have complied with that. So we do appreciate that.
Yeah, Brian.
And hopefully I'm done with indicator 4 until just the general SPP APR report, Marvin.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Brian. I'm gonna let Brian have a chance to catch his breath after a couple hours of talking, and we're gonna go to one more thing before lunch. Shane Carter is here, and he'll talk a little bit about alternative licensure and an advocacy letter that came out recently. And after that is done, then we'll go to lunch. So we figure this may take 20 or 25 minutes. So thank you for sticking around for that.
Yeah, so no pressure, Marvin. It's just me keeping you from lunch. So I'll try not to be my usual pace and talk too slow. So we'll get after it, but if I need to slow down, I will. So a couple things I wanted to update you on. We'll go over the registered teacher apprenticeship program quickly, the interstate teacher mobility compact changes.
I'll have you slow down.
Oh, I am going fast? Okay.
We'll give you 35 minutes.
Okay, here we go. We'll also talk about changes to the limited residency license program that recently happened. We'll discuss the advocacy letter that I sent out as Marvin brought up, and then I'll touch a little bit on vacancy data. So first and foremost, if you haven't heard of the registered teacher apprenticeship program, it is a grow your own opportunity for school districts. And I did not send slides for this one today. So next time I will, because I'm most comfortable with slides. It helps me stay on topic. So it's a grow your own opportunity that's available for school districts co-ops to participate in. We have partner universities, which basically they get enrolled in the apprenticeship program. They work under a teacher of record while they're going through the program. And basically the district or co-op is investing in this individual to become a teacher of record. It's not a short-term solution to vacancy problems. However, it is a commitment from the district in a way to build your own pipeline and take advantage of that population of those talented individuals you may have that are graduating from your school system, are living in your community, or possibly already working in some other capacity in your building to move into a teaching position. The good thing is we offer money. I always like to say I have plenty of free money if people want it. Funding, what we're paying for is tuition, pretty much between our partner organizations, universities, and the tuition grants that we have, limited to no cost to an individual to complete their bachelor's degree and complete their teacher preparation program. We provide mentor stipends to those teachers that are serving as teachers of record. We also provide free training that's provided by KNEA to train those teachers as far as to fill that role of mentoring. And overall, it's a good opportunity.
You're stealing my report.
Oh, I am? Okay, I'll be quiet. I won't say anything else about the mentoring. We are looking at our funding, and we are actively trying to search funds at all times and try to find ways to make the program more appealing to districts. But we have a lot of interest. So I'm going to go ahead and take a moment and give a shout out to Mr. John Harding in School of Blind. He was the first person, first school district to submit an application. The first non-pilot apprentice, it will be, from the School of the Blind. So we're extremely excited about that. We appreciate him for having the willingness and courage to do that. And basically he had an individual that graduated from the school that was working for him in another capacity, that knew wanted to become a teacher, worked with him, got him enrolled in the program. So we're super excited about that. The application window to participate in that program is open through June 1st. So if you are with a district or you know a district may be interested, we have a nice resource on our website. You can reach out to us, email us, we'll sit down. If there's a particular college you want to participate with, we will coordinate with that college and come to your location and explain, help you get enrolled, whatever you need, whatever support, we're going to provide that.
Shane, how many do we have registered so far?
So far, we have our pilot, which is about 17,
Right.
well, 15 people and one.
On one, okay.
But we have districts that say, we're submitting the application. They just need to follow through and submit the application.
Oh, only one district has committed?
Has submitted the application.
Oh, shit.
But don't worry, there's a lot going on right now. As far as our leads, if we're talking about the districts that are that say they're going to participate in the program, that haven't got the application, then we're probably, in the triple figures. So it's we expect it's gonna be a mad rush in between May and June 1st.
Okay.
Which obviously doesn't make our job that easy, but that's okay. It's a good problem to have, right? And we have plenty of funding. I will throw that out there too. So if you're interested, please participate. Also, just one other piece about that particular program. The National Grow Your Own Center and Educator Rising, they're partnering together to apply for an ADA grant to develop a free apprenticeship program and to build more chapters of Educator Rising across the nation and kind of get those career and training pathways established in high schools, which could feed into these programs.
Excuse me, Shane.
Yes.
Someone in the chat said they didn't catch what district program you are speaking about.
Oh, the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program.
Okay. Thank you.
So this will help get that aligned, get that structure aligned. Our department, we were contacted by National Grow Your Own Center and Educators Rising to ask for their support. We support them, and the Department of Commerce is getting the Lieutenant Governor on board as well to provide a letter of support. So we'll hopefully have official support of that program. It's gonna provide a great opportunity for us to build that structure for people in high school to transition this program and continue to celebrate the profession and build that pipeline for future educators.
Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
anticipate that for the 24-25 school year? No?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So as far as the details of the grant, we're not actually involved with it. So I got something I can share with you. I haven't received.
I'll check with Albert.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think the grant may get awarded after July 1st, but I can't confirm that. All right, any questions on registered teacher apprenticeship? Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, so a lot of states are finishing up their legislative session. We did have one new member join the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, that is Washington State. However, something that directly impacts us from our border, Missouri, their legislative session is expected to end next week. And on a meeting with their state director for licensure yesterday, they did state that is legislation that is taken up and they expect to vote on that. And most likely that'll be approved.
Excuse me, Shane, I'm sorry.
Yep.
They're asking if you could repeat the last few phrases and if you could slow down.
Okay.
Okay.
Man, do I really talk that fast?
You do.
You do.
Do I?
You really do.
Man, I feel like I'm slow. 'Cause I'm like, okay, I shall do my best.
Okay.
And I need to be louder. Okay.
Well,
Where's the speaker? Is this the
Yeah,
speaker?
that's it.
How about I stand over here?
Okay.
Okay, I'll try this again. So I was bringing up the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. Excellent. So a new state has joined. That brings the total to 12, and it's Washington State. Right now, we have the border states, Kansas border states of Nebraska, Oklahoma, Colorado that are participating in the compact. And it looks as though next week we could expect Missouri to join the compact. How does that impact our districts and our co-ops? The bottom line is if an individual completes a program in Missouri, say a special education program, and they have a valid out-of-state Missouri license, they're a compact member, that license will transfer into Kansas without any other requirements. So in the past, whenever districts are dealing with
staffing solutions and have tried to bring people in from out of state. The rules and regs and the way in which programs are offered out of state differ. So sometimes we've had to do additional or impose additional requirements for those individuals to qualify for a Kansas license, such as go through our licensure review committee or get enrolled in an additional program and or pass additional testing. If a state is a member of that compact that goes away, they have that valid unencumbered license, then we will issue the equivalent license that we have in Kansas when they transfer. So this is a good thing. And all of our border states, except for Arkansas at the moment, would be participating if Missouri signs on. So my fingers are crossed. Also, Iowa has legislation pending as well, and I hope they choose to join. They did change 2 years ago their licensure regulations and remove testing. So if you did have an individual that you were looking to, or district or co-op you represent, had an individual from Iowa that was trying to apply for a Kansas license, they would run into some issues and we would have some additional requirements before they would qualify for that license. So I'll take a moment. Any questions on Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact? Yes, ma'am.
This is Jennifer King. Not really a question, just a different perspective. So like, as a military spouse, I used to say my hobby was collecting teaching licenses. So when I came to Kansas, like one thing that you got, like, I had high school math as one of my certification areas, and Kansas wouldn't take that, even though like Tennessee and Washington State had. But even my SPED certificate was generated differently. You know what I mean? Like it looks very different and I have more limitations than I had from other places. So besides bordering states, I get that I have mobility. What about like, I'm just wondering if we explored some of these, because we do have like Fort Riley, I know that's the biggest, obviously. Like states that have large military bases, that's a huge, like those spouses are, I don't know. I just wondered if it was a resource that we had looked into.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and bring it. So, thank you for that service. Me being a retired military person as well, I understand that plight and I've lived through it with my wife as well. So I totally get it. But we have statute 483406 that was established by the legislature. So it has specific provisions in there for military spouses, of which one thing that did change for this legislative session 2 weeks ago was signed into law that if someone is active military, then we won't charge them an application fee, nor will we charge them a fee for fingerprints. So that'll get signed in July 1st. So based on that statute 483406, and individuals coming from out of state, if they've had experience in the last year, there's certain experience requirements that's met. It's like a year, then we basically issue a reciprocal license, not true reciprocity, but our equivalent license to that individual. And that went in effect July of 2021. So that has eased some of the difficulty that we've had in the past with our military families as they moved in PCS'd into the state or PCS'd out. Well, I guess it didn't help them so much for PCSing out, but if a state was a interstate teacher mobility compact state, which like I said, right now 12, but there's about 20 that are pending, that legislation was geared, or that compact was geared to impact military families as well. So the more states that join that, it's going to ease that restriction for military families.
Jennifer, again, thank you. Because I was just thinking obviously from the individual's perspective, that's wonderful that you're helping, but also just making sure that we're helping make it easy for these people to work. Because I know in my experience, my husband's retired now, so maybe old there. There weren't a lot of military spouses choose not to work because it's very difficult for them to get their licenses constantly, and it's just more passive than it is work. So anyway, that's good that we're making it easier.
Yeah. In a 3-year period, we lived in Germany, Fort Jackson, Fort Riley, and then Albuquerque, New Mexico. So each one of those steps along the way. So
My DOD was my first certificate.
yeah. Okay. Any other questions? At the board meeting yesterday, KU low incidence LRL limited residency license program was approved. So this group had advocated for low incidence endorsement programs to be part of the limited licensing option. So we do have 2 for low incidence that will be operating. Fort Hays State is one, and then KU is the other. Fort Hays State expects to take in graduates over the summer and initiate their program as of August 1st, and KU will be on board to do that as well. So pretty good news there. And just so people, in case you need to know more about the limited residency license program, that's a program that's designed for individuals that have 1 year, at least 1 year of para experience, hold a bachelor's degree, special education para experience, hold a bachelor's degree. They can transition into the limited residency license program, complete some classroom management courses, and then qualify for that limited residency license to serve as that teacher of record while they finish the program. Any questions on that? Marvin, how am I doing on time?
You are doing great.
All right, okay. So around February 22nd or so, I sent this obscure letter to everyone, and I hated to do that without having the conversation first. But I've been meeting with a group. So since the summer of 2022, the teacher licensure team met with a group of stakeholders and created our recruitment retention initiatives. I guess basically strategic initiatives document of areas that we were going to look at in licensure to get after recruitment and retention. Some of the things that come out of that meeting was the registered teacher apprenticeship program, some changes that we had to licensure as far as testing, the license appeal content test changes, and we also had a group to develop a communication plan. So that communication plan group has still been meeting for the last couple of years and kind of struggled to find their identity of what exactly they wanted to do. They wanted to promote the profession and be a voice for the profession. So out of that group, which was made of stakeholders from districts, superintendents, HR folks, teachers, they decided that maybe they should be an advocacy group and then see where they could help out to push that. So that's where this letter came from. And they had provided it to me and asked if I would get some information about it. And I sent it on email because you all, I think, had just had your Seac meeting. I was like, well, I don't know when the next opportunity I'll have to meet with you. So I thought I would just send out an email and kind of get some feedback. So I thank those of you who did supply some comments about that. I just wanted you to know I wasn't trying to be secretive or flying under the radar. I was just trying to get some feedback so I could take that back to the advocacy group and say, look, these are some concerns. But bottom line, they were helping us with the registered teacher apprenticeship program as well, and then looking at different programs that we could tie into that. And they went through and did an evaluation of all the different special education programs that were offered, and then how different universities were including. So in Kansas, we require special education to be an added endorsement. So you have that general content area, and then you complete your special education, or we have programs that have recently been initiated that are unified, that you do both at the same time. What we don't have is a direct entry special education program outside of our limited residency licenses. So if an individual wants to go to college and become a special education teacher, they know that's what they're driven to do and what they want to do as they search for that bachelor's degree. We would tell them, okay, we want you, but first you're going to have to finish this general program and one of these other areas, and then you can work on that special education degree. So we were looking. The group would thought that to see what your input would be if it was changed, instead of an added endorsement, we had a direct entry bachelor's level special education endorsement. So that was kind of the purpose, to gauge your interest. And I was trying to struggle with who to send it through, and I thought, well, special education, I need to get feedback from you all, and that's why I emailed it. So any conversation you'd like to have on that, I'd appreciate it.
I'll start. I responded a couple months ago, I think, so I'm trying to remember what I said. And I'm trying to remember the history, because this has come up before in this group, probably 6 or 7 years ago.
Heath was whatever Heath was over.
And it's even before Heath too.
Okay, so
I mean, it's had conversations, because and with the Interstate Mobility Compact, this may be interesting, because there are other states and other programs who are doing special education teaching degrees within 120 units within a 4-year degree. I've hired some of them in the past. So they are out there, and sometimes they've had trouble trying to get reciprocal licenses in the past. When we discussed it, we even talked about, I think it was even in our discussion about unified licenses, because we actually at Seac had prepared and recommended several different unified licenses, so that and our assumption then was that they would be done within 120 credits in a normal 4-year degree. As we all know, higher ed does not have to take our recommendations, and sometimes they don't, and those don't go anywhere after that. So I think we've had conversation about this for at least since that first Blue Ribbon Commission that Kathy Kao was on, probably 8, 9, 10 years ago. So this is not a new issue. I personally think if someone knows that that's what they want to do, we should be looking at the competencies within the, program structures. I also understand that, Sean, you're a professor, this is a lot of changing curriculum and syllabus and all that kind of thing to develop these integrated programs. And at the time, we had several people that were in higher education in different spots as well. I don't know that we have besides you.
Well, Jenny's online.
Okay.
Jenny Kerr.
Yeah, okay. That's what we've been looking for, or needing this, because we've discovered this is a problem with our pay scales as well. Because teachers will come in with 150 units for a bachelor's degree. They've spent a whole extra year of school, whole extra year of student loans on, while most of their friends will already be way over on the pay scale because they've got 30 extra units. These units aren't getting counted towards their salary movement. So then they're going, why did I do this? Or why should I do this? And they aren't recommending it to people. So we're seeing it on the issues on the teacher end, I think, as well as on the administrative end. Chuck, do you want to speak? I don't know if you've even seen this advocacy letter yet, so I don't know if I want to put you on the spot. So.
You know, I have not. I'm familiar with the LRL programs, but some of this other, I need clarity. I need that.
Sure.
I'm not informed, so.
But from the perspective of someone who creates these course contents and course programs, you know that this is not an easy thing you can do overnight either.
Oh, correct. I mean, I can speak directly, for example, to the LRL programs. You know, there's the complication there, and as you're inferring in terms of what's necessary. So we have a paraeducator that's been in a district that a district wants to continue, but they're a paraeducator maybe with a journalism degree. And what do they really need to be supportive of to be able to hit the ground running that next year? And that's complicated. And so as and KU's low incidence program was just approved, and we've been talking about from a high incidence perspective, but in talking with districts, and we're going to go through with it, but it's a bit of a challenge to make certain that those folks are prepared and supported, talking from a parent perspective, so that those children are actually going to be supported with that level of capacity. That of course, we're training in parallel individuals that get masters and bachelors with us and get so much more.
Right.
Meeting the same standards that we haven't identified, but rather the state of Kansas has. So it's a bit of a challenge. I'll leave it there. I'm curious about some of these other programs and these other avenues, but yeah.
Marvin,
Yes.
this is Joyce Royal. Jennifer Kaczynski says in Missouri, they have bachelor's level special education teacher prep programs. With the compact, would they be able to obtain Kansas licensure for special education and not need to get
Master's program.
not need to get the general
Yes. So the short answer.
general education?
So the short answer is yes. So if that license on there, we would issue them the equivalent endorsement that we have. Gets a little tricky when there's categorical. Some states still use different those categorical endorsements, so it gets a little difficult. But for most of our individuals that were transferring from Missouri in the past, well, in many cases, they would have to do an additional content test for that SPED area when they came in. That was their major hurdle. We would still accept the program verification if they completed a direct entry bachelor level SPED program. But the difference is the licensure officer at that university had to go through and verify that certain competencies of general education requirements were met, in which almost all would sign off and approve and state that, you know, this state program included this. So it hasn't been an option for Kansas, but yes, someone could come from out of state, and they have traditionally come from Missouri. I think Wisconsin's another area, state that has the direct entry, and we bring them in. Utah, that's another. So yes, they can qualify for a license. The Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact makes it just a little easier for them to qualify for that license. Yes.
Idalia Schumann, with Washington State now having entered the Mobility Compact, it's going to be interesting because they're running an apprenticeship program for special ed educators.
Yeah.
And so that's gonna be interesting. I mean, they're right now with their first cohort. They're gonna be starting, they started them as a residency. They're gonna move them to an apprenticeship. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that.
But that's a little, if I understand correctly, that's a state of Washington entire
I mean, we're working with them on some other projects, and that's the entire state.
It's actually being run, that apprenticeship residency program is being run by the Washington Education Association with Jim Meadows.
Right, but unlike, it's not through an IHE.
No,
Right, which is, my understanding, is fairly unique
it is
across the
very,
country. Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's first ever.
yeah. So therefore, the types of supports they're getting and the experiences seem to be quite intense, quite supportive.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. It's a nice model from what I'm understanding.
It's
It's
amazing.
just very unique to the rest of the country.
Ashley, and when renewal time comes up, are there any stipulations around that? I know when we have someone who has an expired license, typically they have to use that time to regain 120 hours or so. Are there any differences? Do they have to obtain a master's at that point? Like when they have that, when they come in with an officer license?
No, so they would just have to meet regular renewal requirements. So if they had that bachelor's degree, 160 hours, yeah, same thing as any other educator. So no extra stipulations.
Any other discussion or comments? Did everybody receive a copy of this application?
No. This is Jennifer. I know this, I'm looking at it, so originally the two, like Bert and basically leadership team, but I thought that then that was forwarded to everybody, or it came out to everybody later. Did that happen?
It may not have gotten forwarded like it should have, so we'll make sure that it gets forwarded.
And Jennifer, again, so like I had responded, and a lot of what you said today kind of clarifies that, like we just have to trust the universities to develop the curriculum that is gonna meet their needs within 120 hours. And we just have to trust that they will do that.
And we follow the standards.
Right.
Yeah, and we get approved and all that.
The other concern that I had was more for the individual teacher, because special ed is not for everyone. And let's say you get your license in special, you're gonna be hired in special ed before you're gonna be hired in anything else. You're gonna be offered that job almost instantly. And it may or may not be a good fit. And I guess what I was worried about is that people are just taking that job because they're able to, and it's the first job they were offered, they need the money. I guess I worry that will drive more people away from the profession that maybe would have been amazing, general education teachers or history teachers or whatever. And that might, in the end, create a bigger deficit, if that makes sense. But because we're not getting the right people in the right places because they didn't have the right education when we put them there.
Marvin here, I think that's why 9 years ago, when we first started looking at this, we were suggesting doing a unified license. So you have the competencies ingrained in all, so that you would not be limited to being a special ed assignment when you realize 3 years into it, this is not my personality, I need to do something else, and then you can't do anything else without going back to another school. So I think that all goes back to how the IHEs develop the competencies and the standards within the programs if they're able to do that.
Right, and at current, I've been preaching to the choir, at the elementary level and of course at the early childhood level, we have that unified program, so you come out both general and special education. Correct.
Right,
That's
and we had developed, I think, some other unified ideas that just did not go anywhere.
I know that when I came from Nebraska 33 years ago to teach here in special ed, I had a social studies endorsement as well as a special ed endorsement. So if I wanted to teach history, I could if I got burned out of special ed. Never did, but I never understood why KU didn't offer that in other places when I got down here. But I had to go through the certification, I had to take extra classes, and I'm like going, why?
Yeah. And I will point out one thing, for better or worse, our regulation does allow if an individual holds, let's say they have that bachelor's degree level, high incidence special education endorsement. They want to teach general content at the secondary level, middle level, they can add that endorsement by testing versus completing a full program. So.
Right, just to clarify, and is that, the state has decided for years that unlike other states, and again, preaching to the choir, but you have to be general education licensed first and then add an endorsement. I worked in Ohio and Virginia where we were directly licensed in special education. The state of Kansas has historically decided differently. There's a lot of advantages actually to have content and understanding at the elementary level in reading before adding on an endorsement to become a special education teacher where you spend a lot of time in your literacy. Again, preaching to the choir. We're adjusting there, but that's from the state perspective and the standards, et cetera. So I would hope that from the Seac perspective, as we listen to these things, we're aligning ourselves to what the state and we have created. And, right, versus, I mean, there's a lot of programs out there across the country with alternative certification options that allow folks to come in with very limited backgrounds and very limited exposures. And I piggyback on what Jennifer shares, we find those individuals churn out of the field very quickly. They do not stay. And the harm and damage to them potentially as a future professional, but also harm and damage to the individuals they serve during that temporary time.
This is Jennifer, and the third part would be to the profession in general, because we're trying to solve a problem that you don't want to inadvertently down the road. We might be putting a Band-Aid on something that then becomes worse because we just banded that one.
And that's a good point. I don't know if any of you read the study in Hawaii, how they gave a pay increase to, if you decided to teach special ed, a $10,000 bonus. So what happened, everybody that was teaching in general ed classrooms that happened to be Dewey certified, all walked across the hall. They fixed their special ed problem, but now had huge vacancies in general ed. So we do not want to create another problem while fixing it.
If they stay, this is Jennifer. If they stayed though, that was good. Do you know, did that just happen or was that in the past that we could know what?
It's in the last couple of years. It's a recent study.
I wonder how that turned. This is Jennifer. So what are you asking about Seac at this point?
Well, I wanted your feedback because I'm not doing anything with that letter until if you have specific language you'd like added or changes or just your recommendation in general, then I'm keeping this in-house until someone says, yeah, this is a good idea, or you say, no, it's not. And if it's not,
Sounds like, Joyce is sending that out to.
Why don't you just?
I just emailed it.
Okay. Because of the larger group, so.
So, this is Marvin speaking. This is April. If we get here the next few weeks, we can again do some more feedback and let's put this on our July agenda.
I would appreciate that.
Were they hoping to have it? So we'd have like, there's not a deadline.
No, I'm not. They would like to get it closed out, but I'm not pushing anything until it's the timing's right and people have had the opportunity to vet it, so. And then you'll see there's other organizations that are in there too that we were looking to get feedback from, so. I thought the most appropriate place to start was with the Seac, and then we'll look to build support from other areas.
Any other questions from online chat? Okay, well, thank you, Shane.
I just have one more thing.
One more.
And I'm almost done. It's only been 35 minutes, but no, I appreciate the discussion. This is what I hope would have happened, that we would discuss this letter, and I do appreciate your feedback that you provided today. Last thing, vacancy data, spring 2024 vacancy data was collected. We'll be releasing that to the board, probably, no later than June, at the June board meeting. So can't share too much with you right now, but I would just say look for our numbers to be very similar to what was reported in the fall. And I'll leave it at that. So not really any major improvement or anything. So keep that in mind. And that is all I have. Thank you for your time.
This is Lindsay Graff, and I just want to make one comment, and we can go to lunch, so I don't want to take too long, but we have experienced a couple of different times where universities, and it's not been always the same university, as maybe given inaccurate information to people in their program about what test to take. And then they've had to take a different test, or that test expired and I want to say that, like, I just worked through it with a teacher, and your office was very helpful in the end to help them, one, reduce their stress level, because they were like, I am so vulnerable right now, and why was I told this by my university and and now the state won't take it. And they were able to work through that and get that teacher their license, not only to work through it and say you don't have to retake the test, but also here is your license now. And I think that just took the stress in an already stressful situation off. So I know that there's always possibly a lag in communication or some misinformation, and we cannot prevent that wholeheartedly across the board. You can't, the university can't, but I just want to say thank you for your office's willingness to work with them to try to make a timely and fiscally
responsible.
Yeah, so just to touch on that quickly, there were a couple of issues that happened last year. ETS has been going through a change in their website as well. Every year we have tests that are regenerated. We're gonna have like 5 that are regenerated this year, plus we're adding a couple of additional tests. They'll post those tests on their website, and unfortunately, the wrong tests were posted on their website, even though we had the documentation where we signed, this is what it's supposed to be. So that communication piece really set us behind, because over the summer, that's when people like to take their test, and usually by September 1st, that's when we have the new tests posted and available. So that timing did not help us. So we did try to make accommodations for those folks and had a period in there. Now, to get after that, as soon as our regenerated test list, we've been sharing that with higher ed since October. Every meeting, we have a monthly meeting with them, and that is one of the things that we cover. These are the changes, these are the numbers, this is what you should expect. So be prepared. So we're trying to get after that and make sure that doesn't ever happen again. But thank you for your positive comments. I appreciate that.
Okay, well, thank you, Shane, appreciate it. It is 12:16. We will take 1 hour for lunch. We will reset here at 1:15. So, enjoy your lunch. lunch. I know we did here. The lasagna was amazing. I hope those at home on Zoom also enjoyed something like lasagna. But we are glad we're back. We only have 4 items left to accomplish this afternoon. I'm just gonna list what those are and make sure I didn't miss any. And those are, I'll get 5 items. We'll give a little update on open borders enrollment. We'll have a legislative summary report. We need to, identify and, take a vote on who would like to continue on Seac for a second term. We'll need to take a chair-elect for next, year, and then we'll have some ex officio member reports at the end. I think we are waiting for a report, from, Dr. Harwood. I don't believe he's gonna make it, so we will have, one sent to us all, and then I will review that when it gets there. Let me jump down to, item, it's at 335, the chair-elect. I just, I'll introduce this and we'll circle back to it. Eventually, what we will need to do before the end of the day is elect a chair-elect. That person would then, serve a term 1 year as chair-elect, and then the following year be the chair. So it gives them a year to understand how the process works and what they need to do. They'd be part of the leadership team making discussions. We've had discussion on nominating someone who you've seen this name on. We will open up to any other nominations later on in the meeting as well. If you are interested in that, I want you to think about it, and you may nominate yourself or have someone nominate you, and we'll bring it up. I will give you a warning. I was first nominated years ago when I stepped out to use a restroom and I wasn't in the room. And then they took the vote when I was in the room too, I think. So do not leave or take a restroom break, especially those of you on Zoom, because you may become an officer without realizing it. So I want you just to have that in the back of your minds. Before we can do that, let's go ahead and look at who would be eligible for a second term. I believe we have the names on our agenda of people who are willing to serve a second term. Each term is 3 years. This term would start July 1st of this year, 2024, and end June 30th of 2027. We have 3 people that are eligible for a second term and who have already served 3 years. We have Rebecca Schultz, thank you, and Lena Kisner over here, and then Whitney George, who is online. Maybe. So, any of these 3, all these 3 people have, I believe, indicated to Bert that they are willing to serve a second term. And so if, we want to go ahead and do that, since I've already indicated that, does anybody want to say anything? Or you all good still for this? Okay. So this is a, action item, so we will take a vote, a poll. So, we'll go ahead and open up a poll on the Zoom chat.
Oh, I can't do that anymore. Since I made you host it.
Okay, and this is for, not chair-elect, this is for the, second terms, second terms. And we can do voice vote as well if it's easier, so.
Yeah.
Let's do a voice vote for that, or raise your hand, and if you're online, can you please type that in the chat? And this is a, do I need a motion first?
I'll make a
please? Let me
motion.
entertain a motion, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve, Whitney George, Lena Kistner, and Rebecca Schultz for second term on Seac.
I need a second,
This is
please.
Jennifer King, all second.
We have a motion and a second to approve Whitney George, Lane Kisner, and Rebecca Schultz for a second term. All in favor, raise your hand here and put something in the chat. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the room,
So far, 4 online.
and that's everybody. That would be 10. Thank you for your continued service. Do we have anyone exiting this term?
I think there was one person.
And are they here today?
It's me.
You're really leaving us?
I don't know. I mean, I'm like like, it must be.
But your term is up.
My term is up, my second term is up in this position.
But we moved you.
Did you actually do that, or did we have to talk about that? I didn't know.
No,
Actually, I didn't know. I thought we had to talk about that.
I thought the membership committee had recommended that you fill the
Okay.
open position.
I believe we have, so, okay.
So welcome to.
This is the interpreter. I didn't catch that back and forth.
Jennifer King, who would have a second term expiring here, has moved to a different position. So it resets the term because that position has a different time frame, I believe.
Then her term that she's currently filling would then be open?
Yes, and so we are currently accepting, I believe, you were
Charter school representative.
charter school and now you are.
Parent of gifted.
So we have a charter school opening. I think that the membership committee is working on trying to fill. We are kind of like the Hotel California. You check in, you can't check out.
Will be another position for you when I'm done with my second term.
Potentially could be.
Potentially, if there's
Yes.
anything open, you have, then she would.
If I qualify for it, can't stay in the same position,
Okay.
for more than 6 years.
So you're going to be gifted.
Yeah, I'm going to represent the parent of a gifted student because I have both. I have one on the end that has exceptionality, and I have one that has accessibility, and then I have one that has a gifted IEP. And so most recently, all of my questions for work, KSE, have been about my gifted students and trying to, so that just seemed like a good fit, but that's where we're living right now. So.
This is the interpreter speaking. Can you say that again? We did not catch that. There was some background conversation, I think.
Thank you. Jennifer King will be moving to the position for gifted, parent of a gifted student, as she does have a gifted student. Okay. Child. We'll come back to Chair-elect in a little bit. Let's pop open to Bert up to the 225 mark. Can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges with open borders, open enrollment, what transportation might look like, and all those other fuzzy questions we still have?
I think there's a bill that was floated out there that would allow for any students that were prior attending. So in other words, if you had a student that was out of district that you had permitted to attend in your district, that student would have priority over the open enrollment. So in other words, they would be considered your student and eligible to continue with you. So you would include them in your enrollment. Military children also have priority. So if there's a military child, they would have priority for enrollment in your district for any open slots. Out of state, that's a question that's been asked and we have not received any information, but if you're in one of the counties that borders the state of Kansas, oftentimes you will pick students up from out of state, and we don't know if they're going to get any priority or not within this open enrollment policy, or if those students fit under the prior attending. So that really has been left vacant. Because I know in Sedan, we probably had 30 students that came from Oklahoma. And if you live in the far southeast corner, you could have students from Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. So there's an issue there that we think they'll be able to continue to enroll as they have in the past. It's just the funding for those students is not captured because they're out of state and they don't count towards your funding, which a lot of districts complain about. But that's something to be considered. And then as far as transportation, there's in language in the bill that says the transportation will not be required unless there is an alternative requirement that says you must provide transportation. So in other words, we think that that means that for our special needs students, transportation is going to be required, but we have to wait until we see if it gets signed by the governor, if it gets through the whole process. It's probably going to be part of the mega bill at the end. Because that's what they did last year. They put 26 issues in that final bill. So until we see that final bill and it goes before the governor and the governor signs it, we really don't know if that's the case. But I would recommend to any agency that is admitting a child that has transportation on their IEP, to make sure you consider that as part of the enrollment process. So there's always the potential you can negotiate with parents. There's always the potential that you may end up having to provide it, but what is reasonable transportation? So I have a child that lives in, let's say, Leon or Augusta, and that child wants to come to my district at West Elk, which is 45 miles away. And they get drawn in the lottery. Does that mean I have to go out of district 45 miles and pick that child up? So these are all questions that we know are gonna beg a lawsuit at some point in time. And I think for directors, they need to be thinking in terms of how will we work with our superintendents, because there will be a cost factor. I mean, we can't find employees now, but you have to have a vehicle and you'll have to provide a driver. And in some cases, if they're a child with a significant disability, you may have to have a para. You may need a lift bus. You may need other accommodations done on that vehicle or for the service provision. And then all kinds of issues show up for directors at that point in time and for school districts. But because they did not clarify it completely, we're not sure what's going to be in the final bill. So stay tuned. That will occur probably within the next month, because we know that they'll come back sometime in May and they'll do their final concessions from the House and the Senate and come up with what they can agree on. And that's what they'll send to the governor. And then we don't know what the governor will do. And we don't know if they have enough votes to veto, so, or override the veto. So please stay tuned for that. But I would recommend at this point in time, if you would have a student drawn that requires transportation, if you want to be the test case, then say, no, we're not going to provide it. But otherwise, work with your superintendent to try and figure out how you can get transportation provided for the student while it gets refereed in the court system, which we think it will. But the way that bill is worded, if it says, unless there's an alternate requirement that says IDEA transportation, you must provide it. So that's where we're leaving it right now, Marvin. It's just for wait for that final bill and see what comes up at the end.
Thank you, Bert. Any questions for Bert regarding that? Okay, thank you. Frank Harwood will not be able to be here today as he's busy with some other things at this time, and we're earlier than what we had scheduled. Joyce did just send out a email with his legislative update so that all of you would have it. I believe we can also put it is on the screen. And just for the record, I am going to go ahead and read it into the record. And if we have questions, there might be some of you that might have more information or insights on this. As many of you know, the legislature is on a 3-week break. I think it ended about 2:30 a.m. on Saturday, April 6th. Are we able to put that on the screen? Okay,
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Some of us were up late trying to watch it and see what was happening. And then the veto session will begin on April 25th. So basically they are here, they're in their local districts. This is a good time that you as constituents can go ahead and chat with someone if you would like to and make your opinion known. There's a lot of stuff that's packed into Thursday and Friday of that last week. So some bills that are of note that have passed both chambers and are headed to be signed by the governor. SB 19 is the Emerge program and cardiac plans. I believe that's composed of HB 2567, a master's degree program for Kansas National Guard members. And then 2494 requires KDEHE to develop emergency cardiac plans for schools and for local school boards to adopt an emergency cardiac plan. Passed the House 119-3, Senate 2062. So the expectation is the governor will probably sign that. Bills that have passed both chambers This is the ones that I think a lot of school districts are looking at. SB 73, current year enrollment. Contents of SB 73 were stripped from the bill and what we call gut and go, right? And the contents of SB 386 passed by the Senate was inserted. So starting in 24-25, enrollment for funding will be based on the highest of the current or prior year enrollment. And for 24-25, does that make sense? The highest of the current, prior, or average of the prior and the second preceding year can be used. So that passed the House 123 and the Senate 35-4. That had different impacts on different districts depending how their enrollment is increasing or decreasing. The next step is the governor, and there is a printout available for district to look at the What's New page of the school finance website. Does anybody have any more information on these that they want to add besides me just reading these in?
Hey, Marvin, this is Mike Burgess.
Yes,
and just for a technical clarification, I believe that was done just as the conference process. So typically a gut and go happens in a normal committee. So like a House committee would take a Senate bill and remove the contents and place a new one. I don't know that we typically refer to a gut and go in conference. You know, they just typically refer to them as shells. If a measure is done and they strip it, they'll insert new provisions. And that's pretty routine in conference committees.
Okay, thank you.
Just technical in the weeds clarification.
If you do not know, Mike Burgess is our resident legislative expert since he spent 10 years in the legislature and survived. Bills that passed both chambers, SB 438 is the AOK scholarship. Established the Kansas Academic Excellence Scholarship to replace the Ethnic Minority Scholarship. It's open to first-gen college students or students whose parent is employed as a teacher or paraeducator in any grades pre-K through 12. They added a nursing service scholarship, a hero scholarship, added the blueprint for literacy, reporting requirements for the state board. That passed the House 98-22 and the Senate 30-43, so that will be headed towards the governor's desk. Okay, House up for SB 387. I think this was what a lot of people were watching the other day. There were changes in the conference committee. HB 2738, which was specifically referring to special education, removed county LOB as state special ed aid, retained mandatory transfer from the LOB to the SPED funds, reduced SPED aid increase from 77.5 million to 67.5 million, retained district level access cost calculation and reporting, retained requiring the KSBE to develop a method to distribute a new SPED aid based on district level SPED access costs, remove the peer requirement from provisionally approved at-risk programs and services, added an appeal process for items removed from the at-risk services and programs, delayed the at-risk reporting and accountability provisions for 2 years, and required the KSBE to do a 2-year pilot with 10 districts. Next slide continues on. Disposing of district property, remove the exemption for buildings that did not receive capital improvement state aid. Then had some stuff to do with governor's KSBE budget recommendations. Stipulated $5 million public-private partnership grant is for 1 year from key funds. Removed 1.9 million enhancement for PD state aid. Removed 1 million enhancement for teacher mentors, and restricts $5 million in the safe and secure schools grants to AEDs, cameras, AI gun detection software, and reinstate the dollar for dollar district match. So I think this is one that a lot of people were watching, looking at. Is there anybody that this affects more that have been paying closer attention that wants to share or enlighten anybody on any of this?
Well, I mean, this is Lena.
As the president of KC and our KC group, obviously, we've been watching the state funding for special ed and that appropriation, pretty closely. And so at this point, Casey would be in support of these changes that the conference committee has recommended, and are hopeful that this bill will pass with the additional funding. I think what remains to be seen is what does that mean for the districts in terms of, you know, right now, we don't know how much of that LOB money would be required to be transferred. And then keeping in mind, the state board would have to develop a method to distribute that additional 67.5 million. And so we don't know what that means either, because it won't be with the current categorical aid system. So there's still a lot of unknowns for the districts, as we're working on budgets and preparing for the new year, but we're, as an organization, in favor of the changes in the bill. It's better than it was. Let's put it at that. We can live with it.
Bills that have not passed the chamber, House sub for SB not changed in the conference committee. And that means, that included, I believe, HB 2506, virtual student participation, district of residence, and virtual student funding. 2514, open enrollment. 2594, school funding task force and abolishing the special education funding task force. HB 2717, adult virtual student funding audits. And although the conference committee came to agreement, the bill was not considered in either chamber before the first adjournment. Mike, do you want to kind of explain what that means in legislative parlance?
Well, just so, and I guess just to clarify too, Mike Burgess from the Disability Rights Center of Kansas, and so we're one of the ex officio members. So essentially, they were the last few days of the regular session before they broke. They were basically in and out of session, letting conference committees meet. And so a conference committee is a bill that has passed one chamber and then was modified in the other, can then be put into conference. And when that happens, like the House they'll appoint 3 members, the Senate would appoint 3 members. That conference committee then meets, and if they reach agreement, all the members sign it, and then it would go to run in one chamber or the other. And so these bills, I believe, have been signed, but they haven't, the conference committee report hasn't been voted on by either chamber yet. And so they did a bunch of these here in especially the last couple of days that they met, but they didn't get to all of them. Some of them they saved. And so I believe these are some of the ones that have yet to run. And they may or may not run, but in all likelihood, they probably will if they've reached agreement. But I know there were a couple of conference committees too, that they basically, if a chamber doesn't want to vote for it, they can vote to send it back to conference and appoint a new conference committee. And so that happened a couple of times at the end as well. So I can't remember. I wasn't following all these issues super close. So I can't speak to the specifics. So sorry, Marvin.
Thank you. That does help us, those of us that may not be familiar with how all the legislative actions and procedures, a little bit of an idea how that works. So I do appreciate that. The next slide you have is points of clarification. I think this goes back to the mandatory transfer of the LOB to SPED. If SPED state aid is $1 million, the LOB percent is 33%, and the mandatory transfer to from the LOB to SPED will be about $330,000. And that does not count as a state contribution. And then we've been talking about the state excess costs for SPED for a while. The consensus estimate for SPED excess cost for 24-25, if I read this number right, is $803,920,542. 90% of that, which is what is the required amount according to state law, is $739,606,898. So the special ed appropriation of 603,018,818 equals 75% of excess costs, so that still puts us about $137 million short for next year. Anybody wants to expand on that? Go ahead. Otherwise, I'll continue. Other topics of interest, just to keep an eye out, SB 96, Office of Early Childhood, moves portions of several agencies into a new agency. Parents as teachers will move away from KSDE if enacted, but KSDE will continue administration of the 3 to 4 year old at risk and early childhood special ed. MHIT, which I'm not even sure what that abbreviation is. Mental health, okay. The appropriation and administration for MHIT moves to KDADS, not an increase in funding. District share of liaison costs reduced to 50%. And accredited non-public schools become eligible. Right now, is there a 25% sharing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Currently, the district pays 25% and the grant pays
The grant pays
75%. So the way that's worded could be a little confusing. The district will now be required for 50%.
Okay.
Instead of 25%.
If that passes, then next year. And that's Dr. Frank Harwood's report. I'm sure if he was able to be here, he'd probably explain it a bit more. So if you have questions about it, please email him. Let's see here. We are up to the point where it is time to talk about a chair-elect. And for chair-elect, I believe we have some people that have expressed interest. And for chair-elect, I would need a motion by somebody if they would like to motion. So I'll entertain a motion. But before I entertain a motion, let me see, is there anyone interested in being the chair-elect, just so we can show some interest? Is there anyone in this room interested in being chair-elect?
Well, since my name is on the agenda.
So we have Lena Kisner, and we don't pre-plan these, so is there anybody else that is on Zoom or in here that is interested in being the chair-elect person?
So Marvin,
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
and Marvin, I will make a motion for Lena Kistner to be the chair-elect.
Okay, we have Lindsay Grab made a motion to nominate Lena Kisner as the chair-elect. Rebecca Schultz was our second. Okay. Hear that motion? Let's go ahead and we can do a poll. If you have a poll ready, and everyone in the room that is eligible to vote may raise their hand. We have,
I'm abstaining as long as that's okay for your voting purposes.
yes. Yes, so we have 6 here with Lena abstaining.
Now, this is for the chair.
This is our chair-elect. And if it's easier, if you want to put in the chat.
They're putting
Is
this
there
out.
I think everybody there's only 4, I think, in there in the chat, so I think if I've seen it popped up, I think all 4 have popped up. Is that correct?
Looks like it. Well, I put the poll up, it says 2 out of 2, but. Let me get my chat up here. Sorry, I'm doing everything. Hold on. Yes, it looks like we have 4.
Okay, so by unanimous consent, congratulations to Lena. You'll be chair-elect and be for 2024-25 and chair for 26. Yeah. Okay, the final item on our agenda is our ex officio member reports. I am going to ask that as we do these reports, we keep these reports focused onto what's going on with your organization and as it relates to special ed, because I know we're involved a lot, or relates to a particular disability thing, because we are all involved with lots of education stuff right now. So something new, and if somebody mentions that, you can tag team on a little bit, but rather than, I guess we could stay here several more hours, but I could wrap this up in about 20 minutes. So I'm going to start with Leah Holly. I believe you are sitting in for Leslie Gerard.
Yes, we do not have a report for this meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you, Leah, for being here, and give our regards to Leslie. Casey, Ashley Enns.
I had sent in a report or a slide. If we can pull that up. The good news is a lot of the things on my report we've actually covered in depth today. First was going to mention some advocacy updates. A lot of that SB 387 has been a big topic of conversation in our legislative committee. And there was an advocacy week, March 18th through 21st, that we had several members show up to. And that was also a week that there was a lot of discussion about this. So I do think that there was some overwhelming, or well, I guess the feedback I would say is that there was overwhelming feedback from the constituents that were not in support of the changes that were being proposed. And so we thought that that was a really good sign of that advocacy work, and that there was messaging going to our legislature. I did mention that Casey also advocates for representation on state councils like Seac, but then other projects like KIOS, the Professional Standards Committee, we have a representative on. So while we advocate through those kind of traditional sense through that legislative advocacy, there's a lot of other ways that Casey is also involved in some of those other projects. Looking forward, just putting it out there. Know anyone interested in being a special educator? Educate Kansas, as Bert had pointed out, has a lot of great resources, and they've expanded that to not just include like a job board, but also how districts can market themselves. So they've been, I agree, Chris Seidel has been an amazing asset in that role, so kudos to her as well as and then know someone who would be a great teacher at all. I mentioned the teacher apprenticeship program that we went through a little bit earlier. Also a great opportunity for that grow your own. I know that's something that our district is taking advantage of, or looking into taking advantage of. We weren't that one, obviously, but looking into that as a possibility, because we all know that we have some really amazing people that could be really amazing teachers if they had that opportunity. And so this has been a really great option for us. I included just some upcoming events. And then up in that left-hand corner, these are two documents that I've shared before, but just wanted to kind of bring back to the forefront a summary of the cost of special education in Kansas, and then also KASB's FAQ on special education funding. It is complex, but there is a formula. And so the idea of kind of doing away with that formula without really looking into it through either the task force or another means was something that Casey really couldn't get behind. We wanted to put the formula that is currently in place to work and actually put the money behind that is supposed to be allocated. So a couple resources there for you, a couple updates that we've talked about a little bit more in depth already. And then reach out if you guys need anything. We are very fortunate to have Lena also on the council. And so she's been a great partner. And I think a lot of the communication from Casey has shifted. And there's a lot more communication going out to our membership. And I think that we've seen that in the advocacy efforts too. So thank you, Lena, for your leadership in that.
And I'm just going to add, in February, we had our annual conference in Wichita, and that was the time that we did our annual awards. And so the Special Ed Administrator of the Year this year was Dr. Christy Skelton from Mays. And then we had a scholarship recipient, Zach Brandon, who's a special ed teacher in Emporia. And then the Special Ed Professional of the Year is our very own Dr. Marvin Miller from Hayesville. So we were glad to recognize Marvin.
So then can we tag on that Bert was director of the year this year at Pace as well?
Thank you, Casey, for that report. We're gonna go to, Mike Burgess from the DRC. He's already given us a little bit of, information. So Mike, thank you.
Sure. And here, and I guess just Marvin, just to clarify, is it okay if I provide some very brief updates on some of the disability related and waiver related legislative pieces? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was directed to, but I go on too long in the past. I'll just hit a couple of high points. So most of you are well aware of the IDD and PD waiting lists, but specifically the IDD. It's now just under 11 years is how long the longest person has waited. We're at 5,279 individuals, and the waiver currently serves right around 9,000, just to give you a little bit of perspective with that. Last year, the waiting list grew by 561. And so there are a number of us who've advocated for additional slots because the only way to reduce the waiting list is to add that capacity in the number of individuals served on the waiver. And so this year, it's good news for sure, because for the first year in, I think they've done it once in the last 8 years. So this will be the second time, but the first time in several where they're adding slots. And so they're adding 500 additional slots on the IDD waiver and 500 on the PD. And so that's good. We're advocating for more. I mean, we're happy to see this movement, but clearly we've got a lot of work to do on that to make sure. But the good news is for the first time in a while, we should see some movement in the waiting list. And that's been a big challenge for a lot of families. And so I appreciate, and Dr. Miller came and testified. He actually, he came to the State House and testified on this issue. So I appreciate, it was great seeing him that day. And we'll have to continue to work on this, but it's exciting news, but we've got work to do. There are a number of really positive enhancements that impacted rates for various services. One specific one I want to call out is the supported employment rate, which is an IDD waiver service to pay for job coaching. We previously had the lowest rate in the nation. The state of Kansas received a NEON grant, which provided some technical expertise to come in. And through that, those experts recommended a $50 an hour rate, which was what the agency requested. We ended up getting it raised to 40. And so we actually, for the first time in a long time, we'll have a significant amount of money dedicated to help individuals receive that job coaching and other related supported employment services to help improve the competitive integrated employment opportunities for individuals. Another piece that I want to call out, after several years, we finally have, or it's on the way to the governor now, a preference for state employment for individuals with disabilities. And it's modeled after our veterans preference. And calling it a preference is a little bit of a misnomer. But this was basically in 2015, then Governor Brownback issued Executive Order 1502. So here we are, and that would in theory created this preference, which would allow an individual to be guaranteed, who chooses to disclose their disability, they'd be guaranteed an interview for a job with most state agencies in the state of Kansas. It's the regents and some of the elected officials are excluded from that, but it was a good thing. And then it would provide certain protections in the rare instance where we have a downsizing or a furlough plan put forward. And so it's an important and very meaningful thing, even though it's a pretty simple in the grand scheme of things. And we still have a lot of significant barriers within the state employment system, such as the online applications, and the ability to get supports on within the employment work space, and a number of other things. So, but they named it Kathy's bill after Kathy Lobb, who had lobbied or advocated. She's a self-advocate who retired about a year and a half ago. And she had longed, I can't tell you how many meetings I was in where Kathy would stand up and say to state officials, when are you going to hire a person with a disability? And so it's really awesome to see this move forward. In the governor's office, obviously you never know until it's signed, but the governors had encouraged us to pursue this in statute. So I'm optimistic that this one will make it across the line, and pretty exciting that Kansas will now have a preference for individuals with disabilities in state employment. So those are just a handful of things. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions if anyone has any. And sorry for the interpreters and for talking really fast. And to Jennifer.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that update.
All right, well, thank you.
Jim McNeese, I can't tell if you are on today.
Nice a day as it is, he's probably on the golf.
He probably is.
Yeah.
John Harding from the Kansas State School for the Blind, are you available?
He's lost his voice, so he was supposed to be sending us a report.
He decided that it needed explanation, so he would wait until the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
But he did say thank you for, and he's happy to host when you come to the School of the Blind.
Okay. Well, we look forward to hearing his report next meeting and then being there in person the following one. Luann from the Kansas State School for the Deaf.
Luann is not on, but, she's not available today. She's on medical leave.
Not available. And then Adelia from KNEA.
And I have a couple of things to share. I've continued to do some of the fun part of my work. I wear lots of hats in my role. But some of the fun work that I do is really advocating to attract and retain educators. So part of the work, we've been partnering with Educate Kansas. Last year, we hosted a conference, and we're in the process now of planning for our second annual conference for educators. Epic Educators is going to be July 17th and 18th. AMAC has graciously at USD 259 allowed us to use their facilities. And this enables us to host over 100 educators to come together and do some professional learning, just helping them really recharge and to do some professional learning around topics that are important to them, things that they've told us that they need, AI and behaviors, student behaviors, and just how to re-energize themselves as well as their work gets harder and harder. Secondly, I'm also hosting, I also work with education support professionals. So we're hosting a conference this weekend. I think I had shared that last month. We put together our agenda. They had requested a theme focus on social emotional learning. They'd expressed a lot of concern around what they're seeing, especially in some of our rural schools, student suicide. So there really was an interest on learning more about suicide prevention. And I know Trish Blackman is going to be our keynote speaker for Saturday morning. So we're excited about that. We'll have the teacher of the year, this last teacher of the year, Brian Skinner, will be our keynote on Friday evening. We kick it off as a social. Again, education support professionals don't get a lot of PD. So this is again one way of really to provide them what they need. I work with a team of educators that tell us what they want, and then we work to put that together for them. So this is also my second year of doing this conference for them. This is all being offered through a grant that I had written a few years ago, and it was almost $700,000. It's quite a bit of money that NEA has given us to really work on attracting and retaining educators. So the third piece of the work, the best part of my job is working with Educators Rising as a state coordinator. So we hosted 2 regional conferences. In our state conference, the students come and compete. We have over 27 topics that are education based that they prepare in their teach and train pathways, and then they compete. we were really short on judges, this year. We were able to, kick it off. We had 179 students attend that February, 5th conference. We have 21 students that are now going on to nationals, and that'll be in Washington DC, June 27th through July 2nd. So we're excited to continue to grow, and as Shane had shared with regard to Educators Rising, possibly be going into the apprenticeship program. We're working to try to make that happen, hopefully by 2025, maybe before I retire, but that would be a vision of mine. And we're really trying to get it also to be recognized as a viable CTE program through the State Board of Education. We really do see that this is a grow your own opportunity for districts, to really be feeding the pipeline for educators. And we're also working with the apprenticeship program. As Shane had mentioned, we're creating the training for the mentors that are working with the apprentices. We worked with the pilot districts last year that were wanting to be a part of that. We probably had 50% of those teachers partake in that. Unfortunately, not all of them did. And I'm not sure if their districts offered them other training, but we just really want to emphasize how important for the success of the apprentices, like any new educator, that they have proper training. The mentors need to know what those conversations look like. We learned a lot from that experience. One of the first sessions that we hosted with the mentors, they were sharing how they were already putting the apprentices as the teacher of record, which violates all of the protocols and criteria for the apprenticeship program, for teacher apprenticeship. So having that conversation with the mentors really enabled us to empower them to go back and have the conversation with their districts as to why they should not be doing that, as well as some of the SMART goal studies. They were wanting to have them looking at standards, and they were like in week 2 of their apprenticeship program. And these are paraeducators with no previous education. So it was really above where they should be. And so we really are creating the courses that are guiding them what the conversation should look like, how you're building them up. We have partnered with KU to develop and expand our courses, because we've been doing it for just standard mentor training for all new to the career educators. And now the apprenticeship, we're having to revamp that course, which we did last year for the pilot program, but then we need to expand that for year 2, 3, and 4. So KU is going to be working with us to develop those courses. And we're also going to be developing an assessment tool so that we can assess the progress of those apprentices so that they're not being advanced prematurely. So the assessment will really inform the districts as to their progress, how they're doing, and their readiness. If someone does come in well prepared and they can accelerate through and maybe finish in 3 years, great. We want to have that tool that will really indicate and validate that they're ready to do that, so that this doesn't become another revolving door where they're entering and exiting the profession. Which concerns me that that's what's been happening with so many of the alt programs. So we want to make sure that it's really developed and implemented with fidelity, and that's how we're going to be working on that. I think that's about it.
Thank you, Kelly. We have one more thing here, and that is, as I've reflected on my 10 years of being on Seac, I think Dean has spoken at every single meeting, and I do not want him to lose his streak. So Dean,
He's like, huh?
do you have anything else to say?
Marvin queued me up because he did catch me earlier and asked about the statewide IEP. On our work exploring a statewide IEP. And we do have a little bit of an update from even just about a week ago to share because we do want to keep the group up to speed. And our update is simply that we have now had an opportunity at the department to meet with our Director of Information Technology, IT, who of course has a lot of experience in these things. And in consulting with her and her team, we've identified kind of the next steps forward, which is, both on the IT side, they're having some conversations with colleagues in other states to do, much like what we did from the special education perspective, what does it look like to develop, roll out a statewide IEP system? They're having similar conversations with their colleagues, but from the IT perspective, and bringing that to the conversation. But we will also be starting by working with our IT colleagues, and then including others. We will likely seek an RFI, not an RFP, but a request for information, which is kind of that next step in starting to really wrap our heads around what it might look like to then advance this work. So the work does continue. And again, we've talked about this many times, but we're talking about this in terms of years, not weeks or months. So this is a long road, but it is moving forward. Bert, do you have any, or Brian, anything to add?
I think you did a good job.
So what exactly would an RFI do? Who are we getting information from?
So an RFI, this is more the IT world of kind of what it looks like for something like this. So maybe that's a future item that we could share out more for the next meeting if the Seac would like us to. But it's very analogous to an RFP, and then an RFP, you put out specifications of what you want, you open it up to the world, and the world is free to respond. An RFI is very similar, except instead of having specifications, it's basically a statement of, this is something that we're contemplating, and we're looking for information on it. And then you also open it up to the world. You might think, well, why would the world the same one? Because we're not entering into a contract or anything as a result of this. It's an opportunity for the public to provide input on what the final thing might look like, or to provide different points of view, et cetera. And typically, you'd have organizations like Seac, or like the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators, or even just individuals that will provide comments and perspectives in the same way that we might to like the Federal Register when things come out. But you also have vendors and others that will provide input, because they would like for you to go in the direction that they would like, right? So, it is a meaningful way to solicit information that can really inform in the next steps.
So this is Lindsay Graffin. I can't help but just think about, as I listened yesterday in Kiosk and today, and indicator 18, and what is the real goal? Is it to have the state more on site or whatever? And how that could pair and couple with a statewide IEP in terms of that general supervision.
That is certainly one thing that other states have done with that kind of a statewide system. That's all I have to share, Marvin.
Well, thank you, Dean. I appreciate that update. We'll get a floor one from you later on. But at least your streak continues.
All right.
So, well, with that, I just want to say thank you for this year, as I have served as chair. This is my second time serving as chair over the years. I look forward to continuing as past chair. And I want to thank Trish for leaving the chair earlier or something, so I got moved up a year. So thank you, Trish. So I've enjoyed working with this group this past year. So with that, I guess, do we need a motion to adjourn?
I think you can just announce it.
I will announce that we are adjourned. Keep the main thing. Have safe travels, get through this last 6 weeks of the school year, and we will see you at the Special Ed Leadership Conference in June, and then our next meeting in July. As late, I cannot turn it. Well, Gator until I'm 72. So I got 10 years to go. I think I was president. What's happening when you're a second career person? Technically, this is my only 6-year life. Okay.
Well, I think it's not gonna get.
Basically, I.